but we just had a huge chance to reform our tax code.
Is it acceptable for the government to go through your online presence to catch you doing something wrong?
To pay a minimum tax in every single country they operate in. It's a bit complicated, but that may well have reduced their abuse of tax havens. But that proposal never even got out of committee. So the result here is that our tax code is still full of loopholes. And however much Trump talked about how tax reform would benefit cops and pipe fitters, it's worth knowing that once he got behind closed doors, his message seemed to change.
We're told the president is still celebrating passage of the Republican tax cut bill. Sources with first-hand knowledge tell CBS News that he told a group of wealthy people at his exclusive Mar-a-Lago estate, quote, "You all just got a lot richer."
That's right. So on Tuesday, as you scrape together your taxes and, like Cardi B, wonder what Uncle Sam is doing with your motherfucking money, rest assured that Donald Trump's tax reform continues to let companies engage in sophisticated tax avoidance schemes. And to those companies, I say this. On behalf of America, please enjoy this double Irish with a Dutch sandwich. I made it for you myself. Eat it while it's hot. And now, this.
And now, Only Miller, Rap Genius Volume 2, just Jay-Z quotes.
But the press may need to rethink this approach and take some advice from Jay-Z. We know the pain is real, but you can't heal what you never reveal. I don't know how much you listen to Jay-Z, but he said if money talks, the whole world's about to hear me out. As Jay-Z would say, either love me or leave me alone. As you know, Jay-Z says what's better than one billionaire? Two, as Jay-Z said, men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. A wise man told me don't argue with fools because people from a distance can't tell who is who. Plead the fifth when it comes to the fam. I'm like a dog. I never speak, but I understand. I'm not a businessman. I'm a businessman. Jay-Z always says the streets is watching. The streets is watching. The street is watching.
Also, nobody mentioned reasonable doubt. You have to acquit.
You mean Jay-Z's first album?
Moving on. Finally tonight, we'd like to talk about Alaska, the state we purchased from the grizzly bears for 50 pounds of salmon. You stupid fucking bears. Now, specifically, we're going to take a look at one of Alaska's endangered resources.
One of Alaska's last Blockbuster stores is closing to retail sales today. The latest closure follows multiple Blockbusters shutting their doors
I
for
remember
good and a
this.
half year. The North Pole Blockbuster closed in March, the Wasilla store in January, and the Eagle River location last July.
Wow.
It's so weird when you
I didn't even know we had.
Oh, okay.
Which is a weird feeling. It's like I
was gonna be like, I fucking feel like that was a lot longer ago than when Trump first got around.
Feeling great about it. Please don't do it, Bigfoot. We'll give you a second chance if you just let us look at your big weird feet. But it's true. Despite the fact that Blockbuster filed for bankruptcy in 2010, there are apparently 4 independently owned franchises still operating in the United States, 3 of which are in Alaska, which actually makes a little bit of sense because internet coverage is sparse up there, and without unlimited data, streaming has been expensive. And to listen to an employee at one of those stores, their very presence is almost magical.
I have people who come into the parking lot just to take pictures of the building. People who come in and they'll walk around like, and that person's been in a Blockbuster in a long time. You can just tell because they'll also be like, oh my God, can't believe you guys are still here.
What a fun but potentially passive-aggressive interaction that was. Wow, I thought you has-been losers had been thrown into the trash history, but you weren't. Good for you. I'm off to stream literally anything I want. See you later, punchline. But as internet coverage improves, those few remaining Alaskan Blockbusters are under serious threat. If only there were a fun movie-themed way for them to draw people in. The way that Planet Hollywood sucks you in with the chance to die.
I used to have a shirt that said Planet Hollywood. I don't even fucking know what it is.
Or Patrick Swayze's clay erection from the movie Ghost. Or Tom Cruise's original wife. Incredible pieces of movie history. The problem is, there is no way for a Blockbuster in Alaska to get memorabilia like that. Or is there? Because a few weeks ago, you may remember that we told you about Russell Crowe, The Art of Divorce, an auction in which, to celebrate the end of his marriage, he was selling artifacts From his career, from the gladiator chariot to this leather jockstrap.
You pretend like
he
you
wore
want
in the
snuggles
film
and
Cinderella
love,
Man, which was
but you're just
expected
gonna try to
attract
bite my
an
face.
absolutely ridiculous $500. Well, the auction
You know what?
took
That's the
place
best
last
part
weekend,
about
and you'll
having
be glad
pets
to know
instead of
that
kids.
no one paid
You could just be
$500 for that
fucking
jockstrap.
honest. That this whole relationship is conditional.
The hammer was a leather groin protector used by
See?
Crow in the film Cinderella Man.
Pretends like he fucking wants love. He knows it's all I want. I just want to snuggle. And he's like, aha, no!
Holy shit!
I either want food or to bite you.
That is a big
Because
price
this is
to
love
pay
to
just
me.
find out what Russell Crowe's balls smelled like in 2005.
I'm sorry, am I
I'm
boring
guessing
you?
violet with just a hint of spoiled venison. Now you should know that there has been some speculation out there that we were the ones who bought that jockstrap. And I will admit, it does sound like something that we would do. You know, buy Russell Crowe's jockstrap
sure.
and send it to one of the last remaining blockbusters in Alaska. Even that sentence is absolutely incredible to say out loud. The bad news is we didn't do it. I'm sorry, it wasn't us, we didn't buy it. We did though. So we did. We absolutely did. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Now, what we did not do is buy anything
Your elbows are
else at that
sharp.
auction.
Whiskey.
Except we did though.
Whiskey.
Because what happened was, let me explain, it was 4 a.m. over here, and you know what happens when you start online shopping late at night? You wake up the next day and you think, oh
Stop
shit,
biting me!
what did I just
Like,
buy?
no!
Well, this
No!
was very much
Nope.
one of those times, because
Hey.
we didn't just get a job.
Like a flick on the nose?
We got a bunch of
He's like,
pointless
yes, I like
Russell
it.
Crowe memorabilia,
Hey.
and I can think of no
Stop.
more fitting place for them to reside than an Alaskan
No,
blockbuster.
I
So
know you're
please join
frustrated
me
because you have
for
too
a
much
guided
energy,
tour.
but you do not get to take it out on my arm. Bless the child.
Russell Crowe's director's chair from the film
What is
American
your
Gangster,
problem?
a movie I've completely
No,
forgotten
really, what's your
he was
deal?
in. But he obviously remembered
Bless
because he not only took the back from his chair, he took the one from Denzel Washington's as well, which obviously we also bought. Now, by the way,
Wow.
Denzel Washington's cost more than his. Now, you're probably thinking, well, do you have one of Russell Crowe's iconic movie costumes? You know, something from the movie Gladiator? Well, no, but only because we got something even better. The vest he wore in Les Miserables. Oh, yes. A movie which Tacky Vest Weekly calls a triumph. And that's not the only costume, because we also got this hood that he wore in 2010's Robin Hood, which looks like something a circumcised penis would wear to administer a lethal injection. And finally, we all know that Russell Crowe wore a leather jockstrap in the film Cinderella Man. It is famously worth $7,000. But that movie also apparently featured this satin robe and gym shorts. I presume it did.
Yeah, he donated to Steve
I've
Irwin.
never seen Cinderella Man, despite now owning
And then they made that
$1,000 worth of props
John
from it.
Oliver
And to be honest,
chlamydia
I'm never
word.
going to
Koala
see it.
chlamydia
It is
fucking
$13 on Amazon.
word.
Why would I pay $13 to own the movie Cinderella Man? That's an unforgivable waste of money. Besides, I don't need to see it. I've seen the jockstrap. I'll basically get it. The point here is, to the manager of the only remaining blockbuster in Anchorage, Alaska, at 5600 DeBar Road, number 5, all of this shit is yours. Just call us in the next 48 hours and we will say it to you. And I really hope the internet is good enough up there for you to see this in time, because if we do not hear from you in the next 2 days, I know a transportation museum in Scranton, Pennsylvania, that I am sure
I'm
can
sure
make
that's what people
room
say
for
about
new
me, but
exhibits. That's our show. Thank you so much for watching. See you next week. Good night. Are you not entertained?
life is so hard being whiskey. Life is so tough being you. I'm so bad at disciplining this dog. Like, everyone's impressed that my fucking Jack was so well trained. I'm like, I honestly take full credit, but I didn't do any of it. He came that way.
This week has been dominated by the continuing fallout
Just a
of
button
FBI
pusher.
raid on Michael Cohen. And while no charges have been brought against him yet,
He doesn't
there is
even care.
already
Any
One question
acknowledgement,
on people's
he's happy.
Will President
Like a
Donald
fucking
Trump's personal
smack,
lawyer
flick him in the
Flip? There's a
nose,
question,
he
will
bites
he
me,
flip?
and he's
Cohen
like, yeah,
flip?
fun.
Michael Cohen flip.
Will the fixer flip?
He is almost certainly going to flip on Donald Trump.
Has he flipped already? What will cause him to flip? What has he been up to?
Now, you'll notice there that everyone just skips the question, does Trump have something to hide? And goes straight to, will this guy hide it for? It does actually make sense, because at this point, the only genuinely surprising headline would be totally normal and legal stuff for 40 years. And while the president insists that Cohen won't flip,
Yeah, but I don't want full transparency in government. I don't want to know what they do. Otherwise, I do it myself. Too sad, too difficult of decisions. I don't want to make hard decisions. The whole point of having politicians to make hard, complicated decisions and to appoint the proper jobs to the proper fucking group of people.
To stand up to the rigors of jail.
The whole point of fucking being a leader of a country filled with people is that you fucking delegate, not make all the decisions by myself because I think it's what's best for people.
Like Michael doesn't see himself walking down Broadway while people are clamoring, "You're going to be my wife."
What? You know, I'm not remotely surprised that Donald Trump hired him as his lawyer, because it takes a questionable lawyer to make a prison rape joke. It takes a Donald Trump lawyer to somehow turn that prison rape joke racist, because he's essentially implied there that Michael Cohen is potentially fine with being sexually assaulted.
Michael Cohen went to
but
jail
not
for
the
Trump.
unfortunate racial overtones there. But let's put all that aside and instead focus on a lesser-known member of the Trump circus, Ryan Zinke, the Secretary of the Interior, a man doing a job that Trump definitely fully understands.
I have to really talk about a very special guy that I made Secretary of the
Because it
Interior.
would be ridiculous to assume that one person is an expert in all of these things. The whole point to be the leader of a group is that you delegate.
You sound less like a president trying to introduce a member of his cabinet, and more like a guy at a yard sale trying to sell a couch that he definitely fucked. Oh, do I know this couch? I love this couch. I love seeing it and riding on it. And you know what? I just decided
I think
not
it's
for
fucking
sale.
great
Leave
that he
us
does
alone.
that. Like,
Get out of here. Give us some privacy. Zinke's job is to serve as a steward of America's public lands, although so far he's
called
overseen the
reassuring
largest
people.
reduction of federal
That's why
land
people
protection in
fucking
the
still
nation's
need
history,
to
including
believe in
reducing the size of the Bears
higher
Ears
power
Monument
of
in
some
Utah,
kind.
which included
Those
land
people are
sacred
weak.
to local Native American tribes by more than 3/4. And while
And
many
that you
said
fucking need
that
to
was a
believe
favour to
in
oil and gas
fucking
industries, Zinke used
that
his
Jesus is gonna
qualifications to
send
push
you to
back
hell to make you
I'm
not
with you.
do fucking bad shit. You do what you
I
need
can
to.
assure you that
Whatever.
oil and gas in Bears Ears
Not
was
for me
not
personally, but
part of my decision matrix.
that's what you
The
fucking need
geologists
in your
will tell
life
you
to
there
make you a
is
fucking not
little,
shitty
if
person,
any,
then do you.
Oil and gas, then the geology is clear on that.
Now, you might have caught Zinke there mentioning that he was a geologist. It's something that he suggested at least 40 times in public, including under oath before Congress, which makes it a little awkward that this week it emerged that Ryan Zinke is not, in fact, a geologist. He has never been a geologist.
Yeah,
What
but you
he
can
did
fucking
do
have
was
a
major
major in
geology
fucking
college,
being
which does
a
not
doctor,
make you
and you can have all these papers that say that I'm a professional doctor, but you're not a real doctor. You're a doctor of theory.
And Zinke actually has a pattern of inflating the
You're a
importance
doctor
past
of
knowledge, no matter
fucking
how insignificant. For example, when he ran for Congress,
nuanced
he boasted about
fucking
this.
advanced
high school
social
president.
studies.
We
I'm like,
went
that's not a
undefeated
real
our senior
thing.
year
That's
in
not a
football.
doctor.
Won the state championship.
I have a doctorate
America.
in social sciences. I'm like, okay, but it's not being a
It would make
doctor.
just as much sense if
You
he
do
said,
not do
"I weigh
anything
6.5
relative to
pounds when I was born, and I
medical
once ate a
medicine,
quesadilla
anything.
burger at Applebee's, Bolivia." And look, all politicians self-mythologize, of course, but Zinke has a real flair for creative license. For example, he served as a Navy SEAL, which is genuinely impressive. But
Why
here's
I
how
don't
his
mind
service was
Tucker
described
Carlson.
in an ad
I
for his
think
book.
he's a garbage king,
Rose through the ranks to be
but
a
I think he's
commander at the
okay at his
same SEAL
job
team that killed Bin
because
Laden,
I don't
saved Captain
think you can do
Phillips,
something for
and
fucking
rescued
30
the
years
lone
and
survivor.
still be
To
terrible
be
at it.
clear, Zinke retired
I
as
feel
a
like
member
Tucker
of that
Carlson
SEAL
is a
team
good, like
10
Joe
years
Rogan.
before it saved
I'm an
Captain Phillips,
idiot.
and
I don't know
12 years before
anything.
it killed Bin
Please,
Laden.
you're an
But
expert
Zinke's
of
actively
this.
broke those
Explain
rules.
it
He
to
once
me.
sent out this congressional campaign
Great.
fundraising email
Like,
citing his time as a SEAL with the subject line, "Who killed Osama bin Laden?" Which is only a fair title if the email goes on to say, "Definitely not me. You must be thinking of someone else, but he sounds great. You should probably vote
then people
for
end
that
up being
guy
like,
for
oh, you wouldn't
Congress."
understand.
Now Zinke,
Like,
it turns
really?
out,
Think maybe I just don't understand because I'm just too fucking dumb. But please explain it to me, Lucy. Like, I would love to fucking be on board with what fucking people with the most strong fucking opinions on shit. I realize don't seem to fully be aware what the fuck they're talking about. And as soon as somebody disagrees and has like a competing argument, they go, oh wow, okay, oh wow, okay. Well, actually, like, why do you have to talk to me like this? As if I'm a fucking. There's no hope to explain to someone who's such a moron like me. Maybe it's true, but.
The crazy part there isn't even that he lifted up the vice president's wife without her permission and threw her around like a sack of unbleached flour. No, the truly crazy part is no one else was dancing there. So that, at its core, is Ryan Zinke. You may not have even heard of him before tonight, but he's
that woman's husband calls her mother.
If I may sum
So
him
that's
up
a
the way that he
fucking
would sum
achy,
himself
gross,
up in a
fucked up
campaign
thing.
ad, Zinke is an oil-friendly, coin-commissioning, non-Bin Laden-killing weirdo who throws second ladies around, and he is not a fucking geologist. America. Now, this.
And now, somebody please tell Ryan Zinke he's not a geologist.
Management decisions should be based on objective science. As a geologist, that's step one. From a point of view of a geologist, from a geologist point of view, as a geologist, I'm a former geologist. That's the question I asked. And I'm a geologist.
Moving on. Our main story tonight
You know what?
involves diplomacy.
This is
the thing that keeps us from
100%
immediately going to
true.
war with our enemies,
I am
and
a
it can
certified
exercise how we really feel.
dog groomer,
You are
animal
a
groomer.
snobby polyp on Switzerland
I have
that should have
a
you removed
certificate
immediately.
that says that I
It is a
actually
busy time
did
for
a dog
diplomacy
group,
in the Trump
online
White
dog
House,
grooming
planning
course.
the North Korea summit, weighing
Have
what to
I
do about
ever
Syria, and a
groomed
state visit
a
from
dog
Macron
that's
next week.
other than my
Which is
own?
helped by the fact that no one has
No,
seen Jared in
not
months.
officially.
Where is Jared? How can we make crucial foreign policy decisions without the White House's goodest boy? And on top of all that, there's actually a massive decision that Trump has to make just around the corner.
The Iran deal is coming up.
After months of will he, won't he rhetoric, the nuclear deal is on the president's mind once again this week as he faces a May 12th deadline to decide whether to recertify it. There's a consensus that this time around, it may finally be dead once and for all.
Well, that is not a good sign for the Iran deal, because whenever there is a will he, won't he question regarding Trump, you can pretty much guarantee that he will pick the worst possible option. Will he pull the US out of the Paris Accord? He did. Will he try and ban Muslims from entering the country? He did. Will he look directly into the sun during the solar eclipse? Or pointing at it as if to say, look, the sun? He did. Of course he did. Of course he did that. And Trump has made it very clear how he feels about the Iran deal. He's called it terrible, a catastrophe, stupid, insane, incompetent, really sad, horrible, horrendous, horrible, terrible, incompetent, and one of the dumbest and most dangerous misjudgments ever, which is coincidentally also exactly what Trump writes in Don Jr.'s birthday card every year, as is appropriate. And those criticisms are just the tip of a very large iceberg.
I think it's maybe the worst deal I've ever seen. I think it's the worst deal I've ever seen negotiated.
My number one priority is to dismantle the disastrous deal with Iran.
This is the worst deal. We got nothing. They have so out-negotiated our people because our people are babies. They have no idea what they're doing. They will find out that if I win, we're not babies. There's no more being babies anymore.
Oh, that's right, Iran. There's no more being babies anymore. We're done wearing pull-ups and going tinkle in our Oshkosh. We can put our own straw in our juice box, thank you very much, because we are big boys and we have shoes with laces and also a bike that has Spider-Man on it that our Uncle Jim got us for Christmas, because we are big boys and there's no more being babies anymore. No more. And look, make no mistake. This deal dying could have huge, lasting consequences, which makes it a little odd that nobody is really paying much attention to the fact that on May 12th, if Trump doesn't feel like this deal has been fixed to his liking, he may refuse to waive a key sanction which could threaten the entire thing. So tonight, let's look at the Iran deal, what it is, why Trump hates it so much, and what's likely to happen if he kills it. And to start, it probably would help to know just a little of the history between the US and Iran, which has been fraught, to put it mildly. Here is a ludicrously brief recap. In 1953, the CIA helped orchestrate a coup to depose Iran's democratically elected prime minister, replacing him with the Shah, who was friendly to the US and to whom, funny story, we supplied weapons and a nuclear reactor. The Shah was overthrown in a revolution in 1979, and dozens of American diplomats were held hostage. Eventually, the Ayatollah Khomeini took power, converting the country to an Islamic theocracy. That is an insultingly brief history of the last 60 years alone. And there is a lot that I've left out there, but if you do want to learn more, just subscribe to my new podcast, Talking Tehran, with John Oliver and James Van Der Beek. Now, here's just a small taste of it.
Let's pick up where we left off. With the privatization of state-owned enterprises in Iran.
You're talking about the work of Rafsanjani.
No. No, I'm not talking about that, John. You do this every fucking time. I'm talking about the underappreciated role of moderates like Mehdi Bazargan.
Oh, please, Van Der Beek, you're thumping on again about moderates like Mehdi Bazargan.
Shut up. They never got the credit they did. No, they never got the credit they deserve. Rafsanjani was a glory.
Oh, Rafsanjani was the glue that kept the whole thing together. How dare you?
Without the backing of moderates, he was nothing.
You shut up.
We need an ad for MailChimp right now, okay?
Okay.
John, do you send a lot of mass emails?
It's a pretty good podcast. It's pretty good. And look, if you didn't know that James Van Der Beek was an expert in Iranian history, expand your expectations of what people are capable of. But the point is, in many Americans' minds, Iran's image is now reduced to a place where US flags are set on fire and where there are chants of death to America. And the truth is, that is still part of Iranian political culture. Much of the power in the country is held by conservative clerics who force religious compliance at home and pursue an aggressive foreign policy abroad. They are widely believed to be supporting the Houthi rebels in Yemen and Bashar al-Assad in Syria, and are a major funder of the terrorist group Hezbollah. And the current Ayatollah is still saying stuff like this.
By God's favor and grace, nothing called the Zionist regime will exist in the region by 25 years from now.
Okay, so it's not the most important part there, but the country's name is Israel, not the Zionist regime. If you're going to make appalling threats against a nation, at least get their name right. I'm sure that you would not like it if I called Iran Old Papi Khamenei's Palace of Persians, would you? No, you wouldn't like it. You wouldn't like it at all. But the truth is, that is only part of the picture of Iran. There's also a large, educated, relatively liberal middle class, among whom opinions of America tend to be considerably more positive. You can see it in the fact that they have knockoffs of American restaurants there called Mashdonald's, ZFC, and Pizza Hut, which are obviously direct rip-offs of Mashdonald's, ZFG, and Pizza Hut. And Iran's current president, Hassan Rouhani, is relatively moderate by Iranian standards, even going so far as to tweet a few years back, "I wish all Jews, especially Iranian Jews, a blessed Rosh Hashanah." And when an Iranian leader begins a statement with the words, "I wish all Jews," and actually sticks the landing, you kind of have to hand it to him there. And pro-Western views are particularly pronounced among young people born after the revolution. In fact, a few years back, Thrasher magazine, my favorite skateboard magazine, did a story on Iranian skateboarding culture, which has thrived despite one considerable obstacle.
Iran is under sanctions right now, and it's really hard for them to import anything from the West. This kind of put the skaters in a position where they were actually forced to figure out a way to make their own boards.
We saw one kid skating a board made of solid steel,
which is kind of crazy.
It's an Iranian skateboard and it's made of metal. Solid. This is gonna last forever.
Sick deck, brah. Although if it was me, I'd double up on the grip tape on my top sheet so I don't slam when I go sketchy on the nose grind. I do hope you enjoyed that joke, because it took one of my writers 50 fucking minutes on the skateboarding Wikipedia page to research it. But that's true. But those sanctions are actually one of the reasons that the Iran deal happened in the first place. Because after the international community discovered that Iran was secretly building up a nuclear program, it was understandably concerned and imposed crippling sanctions affecting every part of Iran's economy, from oil to plane parts to banking and investment. One key motivator in Iran coming to the table to negotiate was relaxing some of those sanctions. And they got that. All the partners in this deal, the US, Britain, France, Germany, the EU, Russia, and China agreed to lift specific sanctions on Iran. So that's what Iran got out of this deal. I guess the question is, what did we get? And the answer to that is quite a lot.
It requires Iran not to enrich uranium to weapons grade for 15 years, to reduce its number of operating nuclear centrifuges from 19,000 to just over 5,000, and to increase the time it would take to make a bomb from a few months to a year.
It's true. And those were big concessions from Iran. The deal required them to reduce their stockpile of uranium by 98% and mandated that they would not enrich uranium above 3.67%, which is significantly lower than the 90% needed for weapons. And trying to make a bomb at under 4% enrichment is like trying to get drunk off a single can of PBR. You can't. It cannot be done. There's no fucking way to do it. Not unless you're a gerbil, and even then, only if you're drinking on an empty stomach. And look, that's not all. The deal also had strict conditions for monitoring and verification to make sure that they were in compliance. And if they weren't, we could snap those sanctions back. It was a pretty good deal. And yet, many felt it was too generous to Iran. Benjamin Netanyahu called it a bad mistake of historic proportions. And here in the US, there was hard opposition with ads like this.
Hey, what? How are you? How was your day? Good. How was your day?
Wow. That is a hostile way to make your point. There is only one ad that you could completely justify being interrupted by a nuclear explosion, and it is this one. Good. I'm glad those children are dead. But for all the talk over here about Iran getting everything they wanted, you should know that Iranian hardliners were furious, arguing that they had given up way too much. Iran's lead negotiator was this guy, Javad Zarif, and some chilling cell phone footage emerged of him being confronted by a member of the Iranian parliament. And just listen to what was said to him. Ouch. If ISIS comes to our country, you will be the first to take the blow. That is both scary and honestly not really consistent with how ISIS operates. They generally don't come to a country and say, okay, nobody dies until we find that first guy. Nobody kills anyone until that first guy takes the first blow. We do this in order or we don't do it at all. We're ISIS. Let's not come off like crazy people. But despite all that opposition on both sides, the deal was signed, which was a huge achievement, or, as Donald Trump would put it, a complete disaster.
I've studied this issue in great detail. I would say actually greater by far than anybody else. Believe me. Oh, believe me. And it's a bad deal.
Okay, so let's be absolutely clear here. Donald Trump has never studied anything in great detail. If you asked him what color his wife's eyes are, he would say 34D but firm. So what specifically does Trump think is wrong with this deal? Well, he has a number of complaints, and the first has to do with monitoring their nuclear facilities.
In terms of, surveillance, they have the right to self-inspect. How about that? Or they're the most dangerous, they can self-inspect.
Okay, so that's just not true. They cannot self-inspect. The deal allows for regular monitoring of all declared nuclear sites, one of which even has 24-hour video surveillance, and it's done by the International Atomic Energy Agency, the UN's nuclear watchdog, which has already confirmed 10 successive times that Iran is complying with the deal. And fun fact, if Iran complies just once more, they win a free meal at Pizza Hut. So that's just an extra little fun incentive for them to stay in line. And that is not the only thing that Trump gets wrong about the deal's inspection process.
How about this? We see something wrong or we think there's something wrong. So we have to wait 24 days before we go in. But before the 24 days start, there's a whole procedure. So who knows how long it could be? It could be 6 months.
Okay, so what he's talking about there is the fact that while, again, inspectors have constant access to their declared sites, they also get access to any other site, military or civilian, where they suspect undeclared nuclear activity. Now, Iran can push back on those suspicions, but once the IAEA demands access, Iran has just 24 days max to let them in. And it is a pretty tall order to completely clean up every trace of an isotope with a half-life of 710 million years in just 24 days. Think about it, that's not even long enough to adequately clean your apartment after you rent it out on Airbnb. How is there jizz inside my piano? What monster would do this? This isn't an accident, it must be why they wanted a piano. But one of Trump's other complaints is that some parts of this deal expire in 10 or 15 years, and as he sees it, that leads to an obvious problem.
The bigger problem is that they can keep the terms and still get the bomb by simply running out the clock.
Again, that is simply not true. They can't keep the terms and get the bomb. The terms expressly forbid them from doing that. What Iran could do, in theory, is wait for parts of the deal to expire in 10 years, then it could ramp up its nuclear program, getting it closer to a bomb. But here's the thing, if the deal blows up, Iran could start doing that right now in 0 years. And 0 is less than 10. Trust us, we ran the numbers on this ourselves. I spent a week at Cambridge speaking with the Lucasian Chair of Mathematics, Michael Cates, and I feel virtually certain 0 is less than 10. Also, you should know, before the deal, Iran had enough enriched uranium to eventually create 8 to 10 bombs, which, remember, they gave up, meaning they currently have enough for 0 bombs, which again is less than 10. I cannot stress enough the extent to which 0 is less than 10. It just is. We have to agree on that, or we're all fucked. And look, it is important to remember, this deal isn't just between the US and Iran. There are multiple countries involved, none of whom are anxious to change its terms. Even Britain's Boris Johnson, a man who looks like what would happen if Draco Malfoy got an MBA and developed a drinking problem. Even he thinks a renegotiation is a non-starter.
I don't think anybody has come up with a better idea. And I think it's incumbent on those who oppose the JCPOA really to come up with that better solution.
Exactly. You can't just be against something without having any plan for what comes next. Trump is like a cat on an airplane trying to escape from its carrier. Okay, but if you get out, then what? Do you have a cat-sized parachute in there with you? What's your fucking plan here? And obviously, I'm not going to say cat-sized parachute without showing you a cat in a parachute. That is just a given. I wouldn't do that to you. And look, while Trump has articulated broadly what he wants, some of his demands are complete non-starters. He wants a ban on ballistic missile testing, unconstrained access to any military site, and no expiration of any clause in the agreement ever. And if those are deal breakers for him, this deal is broken. And while you would hope that someone would talk him round, Trump has surrounded himself with Iran hawks. His nominee for Secretary of State is Mike Pompeo, who's reportedly said of Iran, "We know they're cheating, we're just not seeing it," which is a hell of a statement from a guy who gives rim jobs to gorillas. And sure, no one has ever seen Mike Pompeo giving a rim job to a gorilla, but that's how we know he does it. Think about it. And even more worrisome is John Bolton, his new national security advisor. Bolton is a far-right conservative who Donald Trump had originally considered for the job in 2016, but reportedly hesitated because of his walrus-style mustache. And I've got to say, I agree with Trump on that one. That mustache is a huge problem. He looks like he's possessed by the ghost of Borat. The point here is, Bolton has long been a critic of the Iran deal.
I think the deal is inherently flawed. I think it's a strategic debacle for the United States. You can always tinker around the edges, and the question is whether putting lipstick on a pig is really going to make a difference here.
Come on, this deal is preventing Iran from getting nuclear weapons. It's not a pig with lipstick. Besides, pigs don't need lipstick to look beautiful, you superficial arsehole. Pigs are beautiful just the way they are, and they don't need to conform to your completely unrealistic standards of farm animal beauty. Hashtag swine is sexy. Hashtag feminism. And look, Bolton has gone much further than that. Remember that ad with the exploding family? His group made that ad. And if you're wondering, well, what's his alternative to an Iran deal? It can't be war with Iran, can it? Well, just watch this speech that he gave to a group of Iranian dissidents in Paris last year.
The declared policy of the United States of America should be the overthrow of the mullah's regime in Tehran. The behavior and the objectives of the regime are not going to change, and therefore the only solution is to change the regime itself. And that's why before 2019, we here will celebrate in Tehran. Thank you very much.
Holy shit! To my ears, that is the National Security Advisor calling for the invasion of Iran before the end of the year, which is so flagrantly horrific, your brain can barely absorb it. It's like the barefoot Contessa announcing that she's going to murder and cook her husband Jeffrey before 2019. At that point, she's being so obvious, if no one actively stops her, it's partly on us. So look, unless Congress or our European allies figure out something they can sell to Trump as a fix, it seems that Trump is going to reimpose sanctions on May 12th. And if he does that, this deal could collapse. And the damage of that would be long-term and potentially irreversible. Just set aside the fact that you would alienate a whole generation of younger Iranians who support this deal. Just think about what this would do to America's credibility. Why would North Korea consider signing a nuclear agreement with us if we just broke the agreement we signed only 3 years ago with Iran? And if this deal dies and Iran resumes its nuclear weapons program, it could then start a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. And the problem here is, I can't offer you much hope. There is not really a write your congressman solution to this. We could be in serious trouble because two of Trump's top advisors are, like him, dead set against this deal. And they're getting backup from Sean Hannity, who show the president watches so much, advisors refer to him as the shadow chief of staff. Hannity hates this deal too. So there is not really a way for us to get a moderating voice into this conversation, short of buying time on Hannity's show this week and running an ad like this.
Hey, bud, how are you?
Good.
How's your day?
Hey. Dinner is here. Starving.
Delicious. Hey there, Donald. I'm sorry to interrupt your supper. I'm a cowboy, don't like pain when I calf, and I'm here to tell you the Iran deal may not be perfect, but it helps restrict Iran's ability to start making a bomb for at least 10 years. You blow up the deal, and that turns into 0 years. And if I've learned one thing from all these years of cowboying and calving, it's that 0 is way less than 10.
That's correct.
Also, you really want to listen to a guy with a mustache like this? Don't do it, Donald. Don't do it. Hey, does anyone smell gas?
Oh my God, the stove.
Don't blow up the Iran deal.
He's scheduled to run during Hannity in the DC area on Fox News this week, where it will presumably confuse a lot of people. And I'm not saying that it's going to change anything, but at least we will know that we tried. That is our show. Thank you so much for watching. Good night!
Oh, what's that guy fucking from Blue's Clues? Isn't it Steve? Handy dandy notebook. I'm like, oh, my handy dandy fucking marker pen. Only when that works. The last one that I have that works is Soldier Mango's on.
Thank you so much for joining us. Just time for a quick recap of the week, which has once again been completely chaotic. From a volcano erupting in Hawaii, to Kanye West implying slavery was a choice, to Paul Ryan picking a fight with the House chaplain for some reason, to Trump speaking at the NRA convention about knife crime in London in extremely vivid terms.
There's blood all over the floors of this hospital. They say it's as bad
as a military war zone hospital. Nice.
What are you doing? I'll say this for Trump, he may not be presidential material, but slap a black mock turtleneck on him, and his slam poetry is on point. Knives. Forks. Spoons. But look, let's not get sucked into all that. Instead, let's move on to West Virginia, the state whose seal seems to commemorate Papa Smurf's death in the Civil War. I mean, just look at it. It's a little red Smurf hat on a grave that says June 20th, 1863. What else could that possibly mean? Now, one of West Virginia's Senate seats is up for grabs this fall, and the Republican primary is this Tuesday. The poll with 24% of voters undecided, so this result is very much up in the air. And one candidate in particular has been grabbing headlines.
The newest candidate in this race is just hoping that Republican primary voters are redemption-minded because he just got out of prison.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I present to you your newest West Virginia Senate candidate, O.J. Simpson.
Black penning for a tattoo in order to get haircut.
I'm hearing the juice is not running. The juice is not running. The candidate in question is this guy, Don Blankenship, who used to run a coal company called Massey Energy, which I know is surprising because he does look more like the butler for a family of ghosts. Now, we've actually discussed Blankenship before on this show, specifically the fact that one of his company's mines had an explosion in 2010 that killed 29 workers. And while Blankenship denies responsibility, he was convicted of conspiring to violate federal safety standards in the wake of that disaster and subsequently served a year in prison. And if you think that he would want to steer away from any talk of what I just said in his ads, think again.
Did you know Don Blankenship's trial was not about the mine explosion?
Really? You sure?
Oh, yeah. The Obama judge wouldn't even let Don mention the explosion, and the Obama prosecutors knew Don had nothing to do with the explosion.
West Virginians knew that Obama was against them and coal. Now they understand what happened when Don fought back.
I'm voting for Don.
Now that I know the whole truth, me too.
Cool. Now, of all the insane things in that ad, from that man clearly drinking from an empty coffee mug to the term Obama judge, perhaps the weirdest is that all those two people seem to need to know in order to vote for Blankenship is that he didn't blow up a mine. That's it. They may as well have said, is Don Blankenship the Golden State Killer? No, they caught that guy. Well, that's all I need to know. I'm voting for Don. Cheers. And if Blankenship wants to distance himself from that mine explosion, it frankly doesn't help that he talks about it all the time. In fact, he released another ad this week, this time adding on a bizarre swipe at Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. And I will warn you, this man is dangerously charismatic.
Politicians are running a lot of crazy ads. They blew up the coal mine and then put me in prison. Now they're running ads that say the coal mine blew up and I went to prison. There's no surprise there. But if you want jobs, if you want to end the drug epidemic, and you want to protect the unborn, you need to vote for me. One of my goals as U.S. Senator will be to ditch Cocaine Mitch. When you vote for me, you're voting for the sake of the kids.
Yeah. He called Mitch McConnell Cocaine Mitch, which is a far more badass name than this man deserves. It'd be like if we started calling her Julie Skullfucker Andrews. I just don't think the name works. Now, as for where Cocaine Mitch comes from, it is both complicated and extremely dumb. Essentially, it's got something to do with the fact that McConnell's father-in-law, James Chow, owns a shipping company, and cocaine may have been found on one of his company's ships. That's basically it. But Blankenship is clearly concerned about Chow because he made headlines recently saying, I have an issue when the father-in-law is a wealthy China person, which on one hand is pretty racist, but on the other hand, it's also impressively gender neutral. So maybe that should be his campaign platform, Don Blankenship bringing racism into the 21st century. But far from backing down from that term, Blankenship defended it in his signature style.
I don't see this insinuation by the press that there's something racist about saying a China person. Some people are Korean persons and some of them are African persons. It's not any slander there.
Except no one has ever used any of those phrases. Ever. And by the way, African Persons sounds like an album that Paul Simon made that the record label absolutely positively refused to release. And look, I know that it's tempting to write Blankenship off as a wacky outlier, but the truth is, when a party moves as far to the right as Republicans have, the fringe guys are no longer fringe. They pop up all the time, and sometimes they win. And Blankenship is not only surging in the polls right now, but he recently put out an ad doubling down on everything you've seen so far.
Swamp Captain Mitch McConnell has created millions of jobs for China people. While doing so, Mitch has gotten rich. In fact, his China family has given him tens of millions of dollars. Mitch's swamp people are now running false negative ads against me. They are also childishly calling me despicable and mentally ill. The war to drain the swamp and create jobs for West Virginia people has begun. I will beat Joe Manchin and ditch Cocaine Mitch for the sake of the kids.
Wow. Look, for the love of God, someone at the very least, please tell Don Blankenship that he's allowed to make facial expressions when he talks, that there's no such thing as a China family, and that stealing 2 kids from a water park is not at all what people mean by draining the swamp. And now, this.
And now, the inevitable consequences of combining local news and the 5th of May.
Buenos dias.
Dios mío.
Welcome to North Dakota today. I'm Christy Lewis, and here with Chris Berg.
Bienvenidos. Feliz Cinco de Mayo.
Grab your guacamole and start mixing the margaritas. Hello, or should we say, hola. Happy Cinco de Mayo, everyone.
Cinco de Mayo
Celebration.
Oh, Cinco de Mayo.
Cinco de Mayo. Well, that's simply Spanish for the 5th of May.
I'm going to put on my sombrero. Ole. Ole. Cinco de Mayo. Great.
Ole from Ole.
It's commemorating Mexico's victory over the French Battle of the Puebla. Is it a big, big celebration in Mexico?
No. No.
Moving on. For our main story tonight, we thought we'd check in on the
So
latest developments in the
ugly.
ongoing Trump scandals that we've been calling Stupid Watergate. A story with all the gravity of Watergate if, during it, there was a gas leak in the White House and Nixon had been really into huffing glue. Well, this week, Stupid Watergate had another plot twist thanks to Rudy Giuliani, who only joined Trump's legal team 2 weeks ago.
No shit.
They made big news during an appearance.
Oh, it's
on
because
Fox.
someone told her to talk shit about her.
Trump is on record denying knowing.
Okay, there's nothing I won't say
to
for face.
To Stormy Daniels to keep quiet about their.
But I know I'm
alleged
in the
affair.
right.
But despite that, for some reason, Giuliani,
Who the
Trump's
fuck does that?
lawyer now remember, offered a whole new story about where the money came
Honestly,
from. that even
they-
startled Sean
Who the fuck
Hannity.
goes, oh, I'm going to go
giving you a
get
fact now that you don't know.
fucking your birthday
It's not
present
campaign
to your
money.
boyfriend, and then you
No.
fucking go to Toronto and never
Campaign
come back.
finance violation.
So yeah,
So,
nah,
they
fucking, I'm not a huge fan of Leslie. She's like, it's okay, she's fucking nice. She's giving me a great job back and shit. Like, she's okay.
There's no campaign
But
finance. Zero.
she's
Zero.
she's a poser.
He not only contradicted what his client said, he topped it off with the drunk-sounding
Like,
zero
I'm a
of the
flake.
man saying,
Fucking,
"My
that's
girlfriend
fucking
left me, but
fine
guess
if
how
you're
many
like
fucks
kind of
this
like
guy gives? Zero.
regularly can't be trusted to follow through on the same things that you say you're gonna do. But who the fuck does that when you've been dating your boyfriend for like a decent amount of time to consider it a long-term relationship, and it's their birthday comes up and you go, oh, I'm gonna go get your birthday present, be right back, and then you go to Toronto and never come back. So yeah, not a huge fan of Leslie. I'm not heartbroken that she doesn't want to be friends with me on Facebook.
About what would happen if prosecutors targeted Trump's daughter.
I think I would get on my Charger and go right into their offices with a lance if they go after Ivanka. What about his son-in-law? They talked about him. I guess Jared is a fine man, you know that. But men are, disposable. But a fine woman like Ivanka, come on.
Okay, setting aside the sleaziness of
In
calling
all
Ivanka a
fairness,
fine
that
woman,
is, I
let's
think,
not forget
like
that
the
he also
best
just
that
called a living human
fucking he
being
can do
disposable,
when it comes
which
to
is pretty harsh, but also
being
it is Jared,
a male who's respectful of
He
females.
is basically a 6'3" stack of packing.
Like some men, I think, like women too much, and they think that means that they are supportive of women, or they're fucking on the side of fucking women's feminism, whatever, all that shit. But it's like sometimes if you're like a little bit too into it,
I mean, this is
It's like,
shocking coming from somebody who was the post 9/11 mayor of New York City. After 9/11, I think Giuliani had a ton of credibility
like Trudeau,
with the American people.
and the amount of times that he has like felt the need to let the world know how much of a feminist he is and how supportive of women that he is, at a point where it's like now I feel like it's almost like you're being sarcastic about it, and it's now become offensive. It's great that you're on like Team Women, but if you want to be the leader of Team Women, we are now going backwards.
The short answer is nothing. He's always been this way. And I know that might be a little jarring to hear, because the thing that he's most famous for is being mayor of New York City on 9/11, after which he was rightly celebrated for being a calm, steady presence. He was Times Person of the Year. He received an honorary knighthood from Great Britain, and its closest American equivalent being played in a made-for-TV movie by Mr. James Woods.
Democrats always talk of things getting better. Republicans did whatever they could to make them better. That's what we're here for, right?
Hot. Right? I mean, come on. Who wouldn't want to watch James and the lady from Kindergarten Cop trade Republican-themed pillow talk on a green screen beach before exchanging the most sexless kiss in the history of film? How did that not win all of the awards? But to truly understand Giuliani, you have to go back before 9/11. Now, he first made a name for himself as a federal prosecutor, where he acquired a deep and lasting taste for the limelight, performing stunts like going undercover to buy crack while dressed in a Hells Angels vest and a white dress shirt, which made him look less like a street junkie and more like the third best member of an all-dad blues band called Dad to the Bone. Now, he eventually decided to run for mayor, which was somewhat risky at the time due to some substantial baggage. An internal document produced by his own campaign flagged a weirdness factor around him because, and this is true, his first marriage was to his second cousin. That's right, America's mayor was a cousin hustler. But don't worry, because he had an excuse for that.
Giuliani says they only discovered their family relation after many years of marriage.
Oh, bullshit. He didn't think it was just a little bit weird at the wedding ceremony when one side of the church was both families and the other was just one very nervous photographer who didn't take a single picture. Now, nevertheless, Giuliani was elected, and as mayor, he continued his love of the camera, showing up everywhere, from the Whoopi Goldberg movie Eddie, to an episode of Law & Order, to Bill Cosby's CBS sitcom, which has not dated badly in any shape or form. But what many New Yorkers remember most about the Giuliani years was his unrelentingly abrasive personal style. He had a weekly local radio show where he would take calls from constituents, which should be easy to do. You just listen to their concerns and you politely disagree whenever necessary. But just listen to this exchange with a ferret owner annoyed by the city's ban on owning them as pets.
There's something deranged about you.
No, there isn't, sir.
There's the excessive concern that you have for ferrets is something you should examine with a therapist. This conversation is over, David. Thank you. This excessive concern with little weasels is a sickness.
That's right. That is the mayor of New York actively choosing to insult a New Yorker whose only crime was being a fan of ferrets. And I'm sure that when that ferret fan was given the chance to present his side without interruption, he was completely reasonable.
David, thanks for coming on.
Thank you very much, sir.
You have in your hands, my notes here say one ferret is named Master Linus
I
Van
hate ferrets.
Pelt, and the other
Ferret people are weird.
Katie Mini-Mints.
And that's it.
I get that you can teach them how to use like the litter box and fucking take their stink sacks out and whatever, but they're fucking disgusting. I want an otter, but apparently otters smell super bad.
Because Giuliani adopted a famously tough-on-crime stance with a severely increased police presence and an aggressive crackdown on so-called quality-of-life crimes like panhandling and jaywalking. Now, this approach antagonized a lot of people, especially people of color. Many remember it as a time when the police were licensed to do whatever they wanted, a criticism even shared by some.
You mean like right now? Because like right now the police do whatever they want,
you're
really.
just doing this because Giuliani is letting you do this. And in my heart, I knew it was true. If police officers were just every single person, I want to stop you, I want to question you, I want to frisk you, then the civil rights are gone.
And that is pretty chilling, because it's not like it's easy to navigate New York streets anyway. At worst, you're trying to get around 14 Belgian tourists who don't know how to fucking walk in a city. And at best, you might be ambushed by Billy Eichner. And if you are not up on your Meryl Streep trivia, you deserve everything he's about to give you. Now, by the end of Giuliani's second term, many New Yorkers were sick of his bullshit. At one point, he even had to move out of the mayor's residence amid accusations of an extramarital affair, which he handled in the worst possible way.
Giuliani told the media in an extraordinary news conference that he intended to separate from the First Lady.
We've grown to live independent and separate lives.
He'd given no heads up to his wife.
Wow! Wow! That is just about the most humiliating way possible to end a marriage, other than announcing publicly, "Whoopsie, I boned my cousin." But then, of course, 9/11 happened, and all was forgotten, because as America's mayor, his reputation was suddenly solid gold. And upon leaving office, he immediately cashed in. He wrote a book, he gave speeches making as much as $200,000 a pop, and he launched a consulting firm called Giuliani Partners. A name that sounds a lot like a euphemism for cousins who fuck. Oh, they're Giuliani Partners. It was love at first sight at their great-grandmother's funeral. Nana always was a matchmaker. Now, he also became a partner in a law firm, and over the years, his firms represented clients such as a tobacco company, a private prison company, Bank of America, News Corp, who owned Fox News, and Purdue Pharma, the company that got in trouble for supercharging the opioid crisis. Basically, the kind of companies whose logos you'd expect to see on a NASCAR driven by a homicidal grizzly bear. And then, in 2007, Giuliani launched what was to be his destiny, a campaign for president, which was catastrophically bad. He talked non-stop about 9/11, with some supporters even holding a $9.11 per person fundraiser, all of which triggered this memorable line from then-candidate Joe Biden during a debate.
Rudy Giuliani, there's only three things he mentioned in a sentence: a noun and a verb and 9/11. I mean, there's nothing else. There's nothing else.
He's right. Giuliani could not stop leveraging 9/11 for his own ends, as evidenced by his classic children's book, One Fish, Two Fish, Red Fish, 9/11. Now, in the end, his campaign flamed out spectacularly. He did not win a single state, and he went from the front runner for the presidency to being out of the race by January, having spent around $50 million, all to end up with precisely 0 delegates. Or, as he would put it,
0.
Exactly, Rudy. 0. And after that completely humiliating presidential flop, Giuliani ended up fading from view, eventually washing up in D-list places like this.
You love the mob movies you love.
Don't forget about
AMC Mob Wick, hosted by Rudy Giuliani.
Holy shit! That is a steep fall. Just 10 years after being named Time Person of the Year, Giuliani was doing VJ work for a cable network's edited for television presentation of Scarface. Just think about how crazy that is. That would be like if in 10 years from now, Bravo announced a Fuck Boys of the 90s marathon hosted by Malala Yousafzai. How the fuck did that happen? What did I miss? Clearly, a significant amount of goodwill has somehow been squandered. Wow! Wow! After that, Giuliani frittered away years as a rent-a-quote pundit on cable news, saying various awful things. And he didn't truly join Trump's orbit until January 2017, when he was named Trump's cybersecurity advisor. Now, why did Trump give him that job? Who knows? Maybe it was because Giuliani had a security consulting business called Giuliani Security and Safety, despite seemingly having no real background in cybersecurity. And if you watch Giuliani for even 10 seconds, you didn't really get the sense that he tries to check his email by opening a Word doc and typing, "Hi Google, check email, thanks, Rudy." Although the truth is, Trump's real affection for Giuliani probably
Let me just
came
write down
from
the
his
things I
willingness
need
during
to
the campaigns, and then his last shreds of
actually
credibility to
I'm going to
various
play the
amounts
Switch
of poisonous
for a bit,
nonsense
but-
like this.
I just don't have the attention span right now.
I'd be in jail.
Oh, it's in my bra.
People to create violence at his
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
rallies.
Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm.
20%
No.
to Russia. I have
No quickly.
times online since January
No
in
quickly.
which she's had massive coughing fits. So go online and put down Hillary Clinton illness. Take a look at the videos for yourself.
Now, obviously, that is all horseshit, but I do
Oh,
agree with
but
him on one
I think
point
she
there.
did get
You
pneumonia
should
and passed out at one
definitely
point.
go online and visit
And
Hillary
she actually was sick and she fainted
take
and
a
they
look
shut
at the
through in the
videos because
fucking
they
back of the car.
are. And the reason I know that is we bought the URL for HillaryClintonIllness.com and made it automatically redirect to something that Rudy Giuliani would hate. This animation of two ferrets fucking. Also,
what are you doing?
Also, it is worth noting. Stop it. Also, it is worth noting
Ah.
that Giuliani Security, despite Giuliani's
Ew.
cybersecurity expertise, didn't seem to think to buy the URL Giuliani-security.com. So we now own that as well. And it links to the only thing that he would hate more than two ferrets fucking, two ferrets who are cousins, not fucking.
Why are you licking my knee?
The sexual tension there is unbearable. You know each other so well. And when you look at all of this in total,
You're
you
fucking
realise that
weird.
Giuliani's role as Trump's lawyer isn't an aberration. Everything in his life has led to this point. And while he may well be providing terrible legal representation for Trump, he's actually the most honest representation of him in general. Because think about it, they're basically two versions of the same person. They're both New Yorkers coasting on their reputations. They both had 3 marriages. Neither of them could shut up in front of a camera. And perhaps most importantly, they both want to fuck Ivanka. Which is weird for Trump because Ivanka is in his family, and it's weird for Giuliani because she isn't. So what happens? What happened to Giuliani is really not the right question. He's always been like this. What's going to happen to him is more to the point, because he is now the public face of Trump's legal team, and who knows what is going to come of that? Maybe he brings Trump down through sheer incompetence. Maybe he gets fired in the next 2 weeks. Although, to be honest, at the rate we're going, he is so fatally flawed as a human being that he's probably going to end up president. Although to do that, he'll need a campaign website, which he might find difficult, because, for the record, Rudy, Giuliani2024.com is no longer available because we bought it and it links to a dancing ferret giving you the finger. And now, this.
And now, last week tonight shows all the horses who didn't win the Kentucky Derby. Shia LaHoof, Dennis Miller's Wednesday, Knock It Off, Pamela, Forward, 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 cute videos you'll like. Are You There, God? It's Me, a horse. Mark Cuban's upcoming Me Too moment. I Fucking Love Apples, OT Level 8. Prince Harry's unwatched queue of Suits episodes. A drawing of the Prophet Muhammad. Just kidding. It's a horse. Help, I'm trapped in this horse suit and someone keeps whipping me. And Cocaine Mish. You may not have won, but you're all still horses. And that's something.
And finally tonight, just a quick update concerning Alaska. The state so far north, it's almost at the edge of our planet. Hashtag flat earth, hashtag truth. Now, you may remember a few weeks ago, we talked about the fact that there are actually a few remaining Blockbuster video stores, most of which are in Alaska, and they're in trouble. So to help them out, we bought a number of items from Russell Crowe's recent divorce auction. And at the end of our show, we issued the manager of the Blockbuster in Anchorage an ultimatum to call us within 48 hours so we could send all of that stuff to him. Well, I have some good news for you.
Facebook.
He called.
HBO
Probably a bunch of people are replying, being like, oh wow, really?
Memorabilia is now on display in Anchorage's last
Fucking.
Blockbuster. Yes, just in
I
time
can't
for
believe that
tourist
that's actually
season.
what you
Russell
believe.
Crowe's Jack Sparrow
Unfollowing.
has arrived at the Blockbuster on DeBar. A mini
It's
shrine
like,
to
you know,
Russell
okay,
Crowe
I'm not for
has been
everybody. It's
erected
alright.
in East Anchorage. Everybody asked me if they watched it.
I'm not everybody's cup of tea. If I'm not your cup of tea, like if I'm not really like if people aren't into
We didn't watch it at all.
me in general, like I'm a lot to deal with. I'm a lot to handle. That's fine. It's probably true. But then I'm definitely not your kind of person, because like
Just knowing
I'm an everyone kind of person. If you don't like me, well, I'm not going to fucking beg for people's acceptance. I really could care less.
After our segment, Russell Crowe himself tweeted,
I'm a fucking fun ass time.
How to best use the John Oliver money.
And not in a bad way. Some people are like, I'm crazy. You never know what to expect. I'm like, that's not good. That's bad. Like, I'm a fun time too. I'm very spontaneous, but like in fun ways that where people are in no way affected. Like my idea of revenge is knowing that I've inconvenienced your life. And from a distance, I get to be like, I wonder if it's happened yet. For me, that's what revenge is. The best kind of revenge is one that you don't get to see, but you know at some point your life is going to be just a little bit harder because of me. Not bad, not worse. I don't want to fucking make someone's life fucking bad, but like just inconvenient. It's the best revenge.
And there is hope for the future. Absolutely. So thank you so much to Russell Crowe for your amazing donation to help these koalas.
Okay,
so many things here. What was the other thing? Windows.
I have so many questions. So I guess the first one really has to be, how did all of those koalas get chlamydia? Or I guess I really should ask, what exactly happened after this photo shoot with Harry Styles on One Direction's 2012 tour?
Oh.
I guess that's the real question. And look, you might be thinking at this point, well, hold on, John, hold on. How do you know?
They also eat like 90% of their diet is eucalyptus, which is poisonous for koalas.
And a big thank you to John Oliver for buying some of Russell's incredible things in his auction.
Oh, shit.
Helping for the fight for chlamydia. And a project has been organized in your honor. Check it out.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Well played, Russell Crowe. Well played indeed. That may honestly be the greatest thing I've ever seen. Look, I will be completely honest. Back when this show started, I wrote down my one and only goal for it, and I put it in this envelope. It was a simple goal. It was just 3 words long. That goal, a koala chlamydia ward. So what I'm essentially saying here is we've accomplished everything we set out to do on this show, which means thanks very much, everyone, but we are fucking done here. That's right. Let's shut it down. This show is over. And please, don't think of this. Don't think of this as a sad occasion. Because I meet you in total triumph at this point. And I do hope that you enjoyed last week tonight. I do hope you enjoyed the show over the years. I know that we made it rather difficult to do that. But, we did learn some things along the way, didn't we? And we had exactly 4 laughs together, so that's something. The point is, pack up, guys. We're going home. We did it, Jeff. We did it. We got the Koala Awards. And look, I know you might be asking at this point, but John, wasn't making 4.5 seasons of aggressively researched comedy a fairly inefficient way of getting a koala chlamydia award named after you? And to that I answer, well, I mean, it worked, so I guess, fuck you, I guess? So now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a date with some very contagious koalas. That is our series. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye forever, everyone. I regret nothing. I regret nothing. My work here is done. yes. And you might be thinking right now, hey, hold on, didn't you shut down the show last week after Russell Crowe named a koala chlamydia ward after you? Well, yes, I did. I did do that. In fact, I went to Australia to go work with the koalas, but then I learned two important things. First, HBO contracts are a little harder to get out of than I originally thought. And second, these horny little fuckers are not as cute as you'd expect. They are nasty, they're mean, they're not even technically bears, and all they kept asking was whether or not I knew James Corden, and I don't know him, but I hear terrible things. So unfortunately for everybody, this show must continue. And we begin tonight with the Trump White House, the only home in America where the next occupant will have to ask, what's the best way to get cum stains out of Abe Lincoln's ghost? Now, yeah, we're back. It was another big week. It was another big week for the Trump administration. They got 3 American detainees out of North Korea, which was great. They pulled out of the Iran deal, which may turn out to be catastrophic. John Kelly said immigrants lack the skills to assimilate, which is ironic coming from someone with the surname Kelly. And the First Lady announced her anti-cyberbullying program, appealing to people to be kind, which was a little jarring considering this.
Denials and deflections. The White House refuses to talk about a joke one employee made about John McCain's terminal illness.
Yeah, it's true. A Trump aide joked that John McCain's opposition to Trump's pick for CIA director didn't matter because he's dying anyway. And that is shocking, but it's also not really surprising. These days, Trump aide says something awful isn't really news, it's just an assumed fact. Like gravity, or the fact that young Sheldon will someday grow up and look nothing like Jim Parsons, and then all hell will break loose because the world can't handle an inconsistency like that. But tonight, let's ignore all of that and instead focus on the busy week for one person in particular, Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's personal lawyer, and a lawyer so shitty, he made Trump say, I need someone good, get me Rudy Giuliani on the phone. Think about it. Think about it. Now, Cohen was already in hot water for making a payment to Stormy Daniels, a potential violation of campaign finance law. And this week, the water got even hotter.
Now to the legal drama swirling around President Trump's attorney and fixer, Michael Cohen, reaching a new level tonight over millions of dollars in payments and a serious allegation that Cohen was selling access to President Trump.
Millions of dollars for access to Trump, which is just bizarre, because I naturally assumed that you gained access to the president by finding a golden ticket in your MAGA hat. Oh, don't fall into the river of gravy, little Charlie, or you'll never be the next owner of the racism factory. Now, selling access is a serious allegation, and there is a lot that we still don't know here. What we can say is, shortly after Trump was elected, Michael Cohen suddenly started making a lot of money. It was apparently funneled through a shell company that he created called Essential Consultants, a company for which there is no logo, and even the name arouses suspicion. For starters, this company involves Cohen, who is absolutely not essential. He's also not a consultant, plus there's only one of him, so even the S in the company name is a big dumb lie. And Cohen's pitch to potential clients was pretty brazen.
A Republican strategist says his sales pitch went something like this, quote, I don't know who's been representing you, but you should fire them all. I'm the guy you should hire. I'm closest to the president. I'm his personal lawyer.
And that is a little bit weird because lawyers don't generally pitch themselves by offering up info on their other clients. It's like a doctor saying, if you hire me, I'll tell you about all of Larry King's birthmarks. Well, first, you're not supposed to be sharing that information. And second, ew. Now, the most eye-catching business that Cohen drummed up came from Columbus Nova, an investment company linked to a Russian oligarch, which paid him $500,000. And they insist the oligarch had nothing to do with that payment, and that they hired Cohen for his expertise. But what is Cohen an expert in exactly, other than wearing jackets that look like they should be worn by a leprechaun used car salesman? And it wasn't just Columbus Nova. Big companies with business before the Trump administration gave money to Cohen, including a defense contractor, which paid him $150,000, and pharmaceutical giant Novartis, which agreed to pay him $1.2 million for advice on U.S. healthcare policies. But after only one meeting with him, this happened.
Novartis says it quickly realized Cohen could not provide them the insight they wanted on healthcare matters, and the decision was taken not to engage further. Already under contract, the company still paid Cohen nearly $1 million over the course of a year.
I mean, just think about that. They met Cohen once, and even though he still had months to go on his $1 million contract, they decided, let's never see this guy ever again. They basically paid $1 million not to talk to Michael Cohen, which, when you put it that way, actually starts to sound like kind of a bargain. And Novartis wasn't the only company who put a stupid amount of faith in Cohen's non-existent expertise.
A new report says that on the very first business day of the Trump administration, the president's personal attorney, Michael Cohen, signed a contract with AT&T to receive $600,000 to consult on long-term planning.
It's true. On the first business day of Trump's presidency, Cohen signed a deal with AT&T, who are currently trying to take over our parent company, Time Warner, but they said they only paid him to better understand the president's thinking, which is just ridiculous. Because if you want to understand this president's thinking, simply have a donkey kick you in the head 5 times and then watch Fox News for 72 hours straight. That'll give you a pretty good idea about what's going on in his mind. Now, we probably don't yet know the full significance of all of these payments, but I would argue that, at heart, these companies got exactly what they paid for, because they wanted to understand how the Trump administration works. And think about it. They put their trust in a political novice who turned out to be a total moron, and who was actually just bilking them for personal gain. So, you wanted to know how the Trump administration works? Congratulations, you just got a fucking masterclass. And now, this.
And now, local news gets real about Mother's Day.
So Mother's Day shouldn't be just another day where we do the same old thing over and over again. Brian, what are your plans for Mother's Day?
My wife is going to leave me with 2 children, and I will figure it out. Those
That's
are
a
my
nice
plans.
gift you're giving her.
Yeah, no, I
You
wasn't given
always
a
do
choice. She just told me I'm leaving. Good luck to you. So, yeah. I
You're
think
being
she's
a
gonna
good
have lunch.
husband.
She just told me
no
I'm
choice.
leaving. Good luck.
For my wife, let her sleep and not talk for 30 seconds until she's actually started drinking coffee.
That's it. Hooters has free meals for your mom if your wife or mother is okay with going to Hooters on Mother's Day.
Every year we say, Mom, we're going to go walking with you. We're going to hang out. And she's like, oh, I think I could just go get a spa gift card, a massage or something. We're like, thanks, Mom. Maybe that says something about you, Kate.
We were standing in the kitchen.
Wow.
And then she gave me the stink eye. That's what happened.
Why do people do this? Why would you say you got a gift for somebody even though you know they don't want it? That is no longer a gift.
Moving on.
That is you pawning something off on somebody.
Not to be confused with Venezuela, because that is the hot new celebrity couple that tells Ben Affleck fucking a vuvuzela.
That's not how gifts work.
He's happy. He's happy.
Gifting.
You should be happy for him. Venezuela is the country famous for giving the world oil,
the whole
7 Miss
point of a
Universes,
gift.
6 Miss Worlds, and of
giving
course, most
something
importantly,
that you
1
know
Wilma
they
Valderrama,
don't
who
want.
I like to think of as the Miss Universe
No
of that
longer
70s
a
show.
gift.
Now, over the last few years, it has seemed like every time Venezuela has been on the news, it's because something awful has been happening.
I see your ball. I get what
This is now
the
the only
message is here.
daily
I really
diet
do.
Venezuelans can count on.
Violent protesters stormed the National Assembly Sunday, even punching some lawmakers. Chaos in Caracas. A stolen police helicopter fired on Venezuela's Supreme Court.
The clashes in Caracas between protesters and police are looking more like all-out war.
It's true. Things in Venezuela have been extremely grim. So fair warning here. This is not going to be one of those feel-good last week tonight stories like Slippers or Everything Looks Okay at the Pudding Factory or a genocide, but it's only happening to balloon animals. And it has been hard to keep up with events in Venezuela due to the hurricane of shit that we've all been dealing with here. Although, if you follow conservative media at all, you may have seen it frequently painted as the inevitable, dire consequences of a socialist government. For a case in point, just watch this InfoWars reporter quizzing an extremely chill Bernie Sanders supporter.
But you know Venezuela, right? Heard of it. A majority of the country is currently eating rats, while their politicians are drinking champagne on a daily basis. Well, I'm saying, if Bernie Sanders were president, right, and he wanted to bring the same ideas as for socialism into this country, do you think that we would benefit?
Yeah.
But I just told you Venezuela is eating rats.
but I just want people to have health care, honey. I don't want like.
Well, same thing Hugo Chavez.
Oh my god. You people have like worms in your brain, honestly.
I got it.
Fucking Great news for that InfoWars reporter.
Oh my
She
god.
says we
That's
just
gonna
got
say talk
served
to
by
her. And
sassy
I'm just
Popeye.
like, obviously, I'm a fucking idiot. Like, I'm just gonna walk away because I don't want you
don't really
to.
know what they're talking about, condescending to each other nonsensically until one of them lands a sick bird. But what is happening in Venezuela is not just extremely important, it is absolutely worth paying attention to, because this is not just a story about socialism. There are plenty of socialist countries that look nothing like Venezuela. It's a story about epic mismanagement. So epic that a nation of 31 million people with the largest oil reserves in the world have been forced to resort to some pretty creative forms of protest.
Social media ablaze for the past few days, encouraging protesters to fill jars and bags with human feces. This is one of our last options, says this masked man. We are calling it poo-poo top cocktails.
Yes, Puputov cocktails. Named, of course, after the Soviet premier Vyacheslav Pupatov, who was infamous for pooping in jars and throwing them at people. A little bit of history for you there. And well, that is funny because, you know, it's poop. It is also desperate people resorting to a desperate measure. And given that, next Sunday, Venezuela is having their presidential election, tonight, we thought we'd check in on what's been happening there to try and understand how Venezuela got into this mess and how, despite making it even worse, their current president, Nicolas Maduro, seen here absolutely going to town on a nana, is almost certainly going to win despite having the support of only around a fifth of the population. And to understand anything about present-day Venezuela, you really have to start with Maduro's predecessor, Hugo Chavez, shown here, looking understandably smug about the fact that he's got a bird in a hat on his shoulder. Now, Chavez was massively popular in Venezuela, beloved for both his generous social programs and his larger-than-life personality.
Every Sunday, he staged marathon TV broadcasts that sometimes ran for 8 hours. In the show, Allo Presidente, the show featured special guests, dance numbers,
I keep hearing of people having issues
over here, we
their
have
friends
flat screen TVs. It's the
being
opposite of
like-
capitalism.
Well, hold on there, Hugo.
friends.
Because if giving away flat-screen TVs is truly the opposite of capitalism, then the most successful socialist leader in history is Comrade Drew Carey. Now, Chavez could act the way that he did because Venezuela was oil-rich, and over the course of his presidency, he took more and more state control over their national oil company, enabling him to fund programs benefiting the poor. And when that company protested some of the changes that he was making, he responded by using his TV show to address its executives directly.
Despido. I'm firing the following people. Mr. Juan Fernandez, you are fired for Petroleum of Venezuela. Eddie Ramirez, thank you very much. You are fired.
Also, Mariana Rodriguez, you are not fired, but if you don't stop talking to your boyfriend on speakerphone, you absolutely will be. And Mateo Martinez, if you use the office kitchen to microwave fish one more time, so help me, I'm going to have you fucking murdered. Now, to be fair to Chavez, many of his social programs were initially effective. During his tenure, the poverty rate was nearly halved. And to this day, many Venezuelans revere Chavez to a dramatic degree.
The late president's eyes are painted on public buildings, as if watching over the revolution. This man even tattooing the eyes onto his forehead.
That's the image. The eyes of our supreme commander, Hugo Rafael Chavez Frias. The eyes that see the world, the whole world.
Now that is dedication right there. I like my president so much, I want him to watch me masturbate for the rest of my life. Because that's what those eyes are going to see. They'll see other things, but it's...
No, you just be friends with somebody you
They're
don't like.
also seeing that.
Date
And the
people
thing
that
is,
they don't even
some of
like.
Chavez's
I'm like,
programs
well,
could not
why?
be sustainable
They're like,
if
oh,
he
well,
pursued a sound
we've been
economic
together for
policy
so
and
long.
money tight shit.
You know?
But not only did he stop saving
Why?
oil revenues in the rainy day fund, he
choose
also
to
oversaw a
not
government that Transparency International
shitty
found to be
people
the most
in your
corrupt
life.
country in Latin
Like,
America.
once
And
you're
remember,
coming out,
Latin America
go to
has
the
Colombia in it. A country where the only
Why would
campaign
you keep
finance law is
talking to people
please
that
report
still
all
fucking
drives
are
consisting of more than 10 kilos of cocaine. Still, As long as
He's
the
like,
price
fucking
of oil
hey,
went
like,
up
fucking,
forever
how about we be
and
mature about
Chavez
this?
never
Like,
died,
I
the
don't know
cracks
you
could
don't
have
really
been
like me. We've
papered
been friends
over.
for a long time, but how about we
Unfortunately,
stop
in
being
2014,
friends?
the price of oil
Because
plummeted from over $100 a barrel to just $50 a barrel. Just
Like,
1 year
fucking be mature
after
about
Chavez plummeted from being alive to being very much dead.
I'm not for everybody.
And here is where Maduro, the big banana fan, comes in, because he was Chavez's hand-picked successor, but unfortunately had neither his booming economy nor his charisma, although he has desperately tried to make up for that, even going so far as to tell people that he received messages from the spirit of Chavez, who visited him in the form of a little bird. It's a story told repeatedly, and sometimes even throws in sound effects.
Y de repente entró un pajarito chiquitico y me dio 3 vueltas aquí arriba. Se paró de una viga de madera aquí y empezó a silbar. Yo sentí el espíritu de él. Lo sentí ahí como dándonos una bendición.
Now, what I like the most about that, other than the whistling, which I like very much, is the idea that when powerful leaders die, they become birds. Because that is a pretty humiliating second act. I led my people to greatness, and now I will barf my lunch into my child's mouth and fly into a glass window.
Don't cry, just be like, give me the right to cry. I am
going to say that Maduro's charm offensive hasn't been working. But just watch this moment from a TV appearance when he was reading messages from viewers live on air.
Compañero Moises David tells me Nicolás Maduro suck on it. You suck on your own. You can suck yourself.
Yes, that's right. Maduro essentially appeared on a segment of Celebrities Read Mean Tweets completely by accident. And the thing is, it's easy to see why Maduro has pissed people off, because he has managed Venezuela's economic crisis in the worst possible way. He's doubled down on many of Chavez's most unsound policies, like unrealistic currency and price controls, while attempting to make up for missing revenue by simply creating more money. And as a result, inflation has exploded, with the IMF forecasting 13,000% inflation for 2018. And to give you an idea of just how ridiculous that can look, this was a trip to a Venezuelan market last year.
The currency is so devalued, some shopkeepers weigh the money rather than waste time counting. And if residents are lucky enough to find food on the shelves, prices are out of sight.
This plantain costs what your house cost 25 years ago.
Wow. I mean, there's clearly two options there. Either inflation is completely out of hand, or that is one incredible plantain. I mean, world-class plantain. And inflation is just one of many reasons why many Venezuelans are struggling to find or even afford basic necessities like medicine or food. And those shortages have had some terrible consequences.
This food shortage is widespread. Over the last year, 3/4 of the population has lost an average of almost 20 pounds. Look how fat I used to be. This is how many holes I had to make in my belt on the Maduro diet.
Yes, the Maduro diet. That is actually now a commonly used phrase in Venezuela. And it's a very healthy sounding term for a truly horrifying situation. It's like saying Jim Jones was the pioneer of the Jonestown Juice Cleanse. And it is not like Maduro isn't aware that people are starving. In fact, during one of his media appearances, a reporter noticed that the video feed cut away every time Maduro helped himself to the plates of charcuterie and cakes. So he thought that eating would look insensitive, although those camera cutaways haven't always worked. Because just watch this clip that went viral last year and know that what he's saying here doesn't matter. What's important for you to remember is he's about to think that the camera is off him.
Salir a unas tapas. Adelante. Presidente, un gran abrazo y felicitaciones a los gobernadores y gobernadoras electas.
Yeah, he just housed an empanada in front of a starving nation. And come on, Maduro, a nationwide famine is no time for fourth meal. And if you think that is the most tone-deaf reaction to Venezuela's mass food shortages, just wait until you see him do some pretty insensitive crowd work.
Oh, yeah, but why are you so skinny, Gustavo? Have you been jogging? What happened to him? Maduro's diet. Maduro's diet makes you hard. Huh? No need for Viagra.
Wow. That is the most awkward presidential attempt to be in on the joke since Herbert Hoover claimed that Hoover towns make you wet without the need for cornmeal or castor oil. They didn't totally
Thank you,
understand how
Terrence.
vaginas works back then.
I started the weepiness and fucking you made me feel much better.
It's done it in a truly ham-fisted way. For instance, Maduro has proposed a so-called...
Oh, you have a sister? Is she older? I have an older sister. She's a fucking dick, though.
But when people started
We used to be really
putting
close.
bows on them and keeping them as pets instead, his
Man, I
administration
miss
gave
my
a
fucking
pretty
nephew.
callous correction.
A rabbit
Miss my
is
nephew
not
so much.
fat.
My
It's
Charlie
2.5
Bear.
kilos of
My
meat that has
Charmander.
fine protein with no cholesterol.
Holy shit! A rabbit is just 2.5 kilos of meat. That sounds less like a government pronouncement and more like a tank top Marlon Brando.
No, I
used to wear
stopped
back in his
celebrating my
clubbing days.
birthday because they're too sad. 'Cause my better mom used to make me do my birthday. She'd force me. It's the only time she was fucking dying against me.
His most recent plan to address rampant inflation was to introduce a new version of their currency, the Bolivar.
Oh, yeah, no, fucking, she was like, well, this could be the last birthday that we get to spend together, so it'd be really nice if we all got together and we all put this together for you, so it'd be super nice if you celebrate your birthday with us. I was like, wow, did you really just use dying against me? And ever since she died, we don't celebrate my birthday. Which I figured would happen, because like my 18th birthday was fucking terrible. I went to a club and then I went to it after hours. It was fucking terrible. I had a great time. Everyone else was in a fucking terrible mood, though.
Has reached for the next best thing, blaming someone else.
Okay.
Over the years, he suggested that
I'm gonna go ahead and turn this off for a bit.
Injecting Chavez with cancer.
Because I've seen this one quite a few times. Because that's my comparison. Venezuela. We're gonna start weighing out our money instead of counting it. Oh my god. No, and the guy fucking can't stop fucking eating. It's hilarious. Like, and they're like, the Maduro diet, ha 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 ha. And so he's like, wow, good for you for losing weight. And they gave everyone a rabbit. And he was like, do as you will with it. I cured hunger. You're welcome, Venezuela. Everybody gets a bunny. You can keep it as a pet. You can breed it so that you can make more bunnies. So you can just eat the bunny babies. Like, my neighbors used to do that. They're Polish. They used to catch bunnies. They used to drain the blood, hang them from the kid swing set. And they used to drain the blood and then boil them in a huge cauldron in the backyard. It would stink up the fucking whole neighborhood. It was disgusting. The smell of rabbit. I gave my dog raw rabbit meat when I was switching him from dog food to human food. The smell is putrid. Like, really a very distinct smell. Okay. Well, happy birthday to your sister. Oh, she has a good birthday. Oh. Huh, better. Better than I thought. I started using deodorant again. Because usually, like, I didn't have to wear deodorant up until I started wearing deodorant. I didn't wear it because I had to, because I never used to smell of BO up until I started wearing deodorant in high school. Like, I like the smell. Like, and now I have to wear deodorant because I smell like a fucking sweaty man that's been sitting in the sun. My friend, I got out of his car. I'm like, sorry if I smell a little bit. He was like, that's you? I thought it was me. I was like, oh, I'm wearing deodorant again. Sometimes once I hit a week for not showering, I just like stop counting. I love going long periods of time being gross. Because I come from a mother who's a hypochondriac. And for a long time, I thought I was going to be sick forever. As it turns out, like before COVID, I was getting made fun of because I had hand sanitizer on me and I don't push elevator buttons and I don't touch door handles. I use my shirt. And people would make fun of me all the time. I also didn't use public bathrooms, like not even in high school, because I was like a block away from high school. I would go home to go to the bathroom. Because people are disgusting. But yeah, no, I was super sick when I'd fucking be OCD, like germaphobe, because my mom was a hypochondriac. And then once I stopped fucking showering every day and I started hanging out with homeless people, that's when I stopped getting sick every year. I used to get pneumonia every fucking year. Multiple times a year. I used to go for the... See? Now I'm going to start fucking crying again. Over fucking gauze. Gauze is making me cry. Before, I'm bringing cheese and I would just start crying. I'm like, my dog used to love cheese. Someone comes in and they're like, why are you crying? I'm like, I'm crying because cheese. Oh. Is that you? Guess who's home? Oh. Yay, Anto. That antiperspirant stuff, I like it, but I feel like maybe something that literally stops you from sweating might not be super safe. I have a friend that freaks out. She's like, that antiperspirant? You know antiperspirant because of cancer. I'm like, okay, Victoria. Well, have cancer, smell bad. Oh. Oh. I swear to God, my dog's a dingo. He fucking howls if he's a dingo. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I know. You're so happy Daddy's home. Hi. Garbage everywhere. Okay, so this. I'll go over here for now. I don't understand. There's a lady around the block. She's a little Teckle or Deshaun, whatever the fuck, a little wiener dog. And we walk by, and from the moment that the dog sees us, the whole time, and she just pretends like she doesn't hear it. I'm like, how? How do you just pretend like you don't fucking hear that? Like, and that's my problem though. That's why he fucking keeps doing it, because it makes me fucking give him attention. But I just can't just ignore him if he starts barking. I'm not gonna discipline him because he fucking cowers like I'm gonna beat him. I'm like, I would never lay a hand on you. I would never beat you. Why you act like I'm fucking about to fucking beat the life out of you? Oh. There now. Ah! Oh. Oh. Okay. Screws. So glad I don't have a husky. Apparently he's part husky German Shepherd, but I think that's just what they say so that people have an idea. Because, I'm not down with the fucking barking. Hey, mister? Who's here? Where's Daddy? Where'd he go? Go see. Go see. Where is he? Go see. Hi, you're early.
You got very dirty.
Okay.
Yes.
You're on dusty.
Yes.
Go take a bath.
Right away.
Rinse yourself off before you go. Because all your bathrooms will get all black. Just rinse yourself off and then start your bath.
should be bathing in dust and dirt.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah,
Are you gonna send it right away?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's something for you all to find. It's nothing exciting.
So why don't you just go ahead and tell me what it is so I'm not like,
It's lunch basket.
oh.
Nice.
Yeah, I know which one. The material one?
No.
No, okay. So I wouldn't pass too far away.
Two handles on the side, and one on the side, so you can, and with a weight, you can put on your.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, these ones. 32. But the thing is, because there's bills in there.
Oh!
For you.
Yeah.
Probably bills for me. Because, anyway. But the thing is, I also had a pair of shoes. And I left to Charlie my Timberland Pro.
Oh, yeah.
Construction shoes.
Yeah.
They were in there. Eric took it in the backyard today. I never noticed they were in there. He just took it from the inside of the house. They renovated, put it in the backyard. They took it from the backyard, put it in the truck for Cody to get rid of it. You're gonna fucking leave you there tomorrow. Good. My fucking $300 shoes. What are you doing? You're throwing this out there.
Why was it there?
They left it to Charlie.
Oh, Charlie, his son Charlie.
Yes,
okay, I'm like, wait, what does Charlie have to do with anything? I was so confused.
Yeah. So, but I thought he was 14 years old, so 9.5 I thought was going to be okay with. He's 16, 17. He's wearing like 11 and a half shoes.
That kid does not look 16, 17.
No, I know.
Not at all. He looks 13, 14.
But since the last time you saw him, he was about that point tall.
Oh, wow.
Fucking crazy.
Okay.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
So I'm working at a house. It's a comp. Derek told me. By the way, he's like, oh yeah, by the way, it's a comp. And I'm like, oh, thanks for letting me.
Why is it relevant? Like,
because I smoke weed and I got a UJCAD on my back.
yeah, you're not taking off your shirt.
No, but I was in Whitey there today, so you could see. But then I go and I'm trying to get the swear because there's kids in the morning. And at some point, he asks his son, like, did you just do this? He's like, so you're fucking saying that I fucking hallucinated? You didn't fucking do this?
Oh my god.
And you got the wife reading
to your
on the
kid.
church, and she goes like this behind the book. I'm like, oh my god, what a god. So 129 at Emberley. I'm trying to figure out.
Piece of shit.
Yeah.
In front of people. Like,
yeah, and it's not like you just said that quick. You said that, then you repeat that exactly to him.
Yeah. To a lecture. You're not just like saying, hey, fuck off. You're now saying, hey, why are you fucking retarded? Like, no, that's so terrible. I can't believe how parents talk to their kids. And you expect your kids to respect you when they fucking get to an age?
And to not swear.
Oh, yeah. You expect you, like kids, they're just like, they fucking came out shitty. Like, your kids come out fucked up because you fucked them up. That's terrible. It's fucking so reassuring, too. Like, that's how you talk to your kids, and that's how you talk to the people that you serve, or supposed to be serving. Like, I'm sure you fucking... That's his fucking way of fucking being nice about it. Or parenting. It's like, can't imagine how you talk to people you consider criminals.
There was something about throwing the ball.
That's terrible. My parents never talked to me like that. Never.
You got like a faux walk going, so I'm sure that close to stuff.
You're an adult with a faux hawk?
Oh, most cops have that.
That's so sweet. It's cute. Like, it's the same as like a haircut as like your 6-year-old son. Put gel in it too before work. Like,
yeah.
Well, fucking Pam and Jesse last night, they put on some movie, and it's like a movie about punks, whatever. They have the jackets, but they have like the hair. And I just think back to that guy Paul at Spider-Fest, who's like, all these fucking punks that you see with the fucking jackets, the fucking hair, they're posers. They're phony fake. Like, how much time do you think they spend on hair products in the fucking mirror doing their hair? They probably even get their sister or something to do their hair for them.
I did it once.
How punk are you?
And it's with Knox gelatin.
Yeah.
What you make cake with.
Oh.
Yeah.
No shit.
And you do it underneath a hair dryer in the fucking washroom.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you do it like this.
But your mohawk was beautiful. Your mohawk was so pretty. No, it's just like fucking.
He's a Jesse. He doesn't like any rap. Like, he doesn't like Dax. He doesn't like Tom McDonald. He doesn't like fucking even that Ren guy that I fucking was watching. He was like, yeah, fucking Mike showed it to me. I'm like, Mike, really is the one who showed you this? Or like, that Ren guy, because he doesn't like music that isn't like, he likes rap music that is booties, bitches, bunnies, cars, all that shit. I'm like, this music's fucking garbage. Like,
Yeah, but that's because he identified himself to that.
Yeah, I guess. That's what I just find it funny that that's why Justin is so offended by something he said, because he said the worst thing to Justin that you could possibly say to him. And that's why Justin's so upset. Not that he did anything, but he said something to him that fucking gets closest to his fucking ego.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, come back from that. You'll never be friends with him again. Ever, ever, ever. Justin will never. Fucking pathetic. It's like, you're a fucking grown ass man. That's pathetic. And you guys are gonna be like holding a grudge because you said you're not a real gangster. Like, you're a fucking loser.
There's only native bloods and over here, you're not black. You're not black.
Think of anybody who still know that was affiliated with the gang. Where are they now?
Montreal North.
Justice. I'm like, this is sad. This is so sad. You think that you're so cool because you guys are from a gang? Look where you guys are now. It's pathetic. It's really sad.
Guy comes out with this little plastic jar with a straw and some beer mixed with juice.
Oh yeah, and now he's like the manager of this bar.
Robes and his good.
It's cute. It's honestly, it's funny.
This tiny little fucking cheeky dog.
Oh, now he's walking around like Alvin, like going back and forth. I'm like, yeah, Spider, are you busy? He's like, yeah, I'm busy. He's walking away. I'm like, oh, okay, see you around, I guess. Like, it's that's what makes him fucking feel better. All the power to you. I hope it works out, but from a distance watching it, it's comical. It's fucking funny because it's so sad how cool they think they are.
It's funny because you're gonna do that in front of me, and you know, because it was a junkie like that. And at B&E, I was busting the streets over there.
Yeah.
And the 2 years that I did that was the most luckiest years for everybody's. People were doing stuff for prestige. So they wanted to be security on my corner.
All those people are gone. All those people are dead or in jail forever. The ones that actually were gangster at some point, like they're.
You know why I got out? Because I did.
You don't want to die.
I did the training of the chick that ended up being a kidnapped, and when she saw me in the corner, she's like, "Yeah, I know you," and it's like they're preparing something. It's like just because what we had, because the brotherhood we had in on the base, I'm gonna give you one information. After that, probably never met each other.
Giving you a heads
and she
up.
said they're going to pick you up, bring you to the
Oh,
bazaar, pick you up.
That's like Terry.
And then I took
Well,
my
Terry
I said,
does shit like that.
I took my boss phone, my business phone. Thank you.
Yeah.
I never went back. I never got me. Because they're building a file, but they don't really have my name or this or that. So they never.
It's not like you wanted to be where you were. I know that if you had the option, you would have ended up right where she was.
Why I was doing it?
You didn't have a chance.
Because at the beginning, all the young guy and the dealers were running around with the punks in the park. We were beating up those guys all the time. They were bringing the backup. We were beating up the backup. And at some point, someone showed up with a fucking shotgun.
There's no gangs
And
anymore.
then, yeah, no, but then
It's
after
just
that,
the leftovers.
after that, they all got arrested. And then they went to jail. So the one that took over made a deal with us, which bring one of your guys, the boss, so you can deal with like business our guys. And your guys don't touch our guys don't talk to yours. Perfect.
Yeah, because you know what? A lot of them that did do like hard jail time, they got out and they were like, that wasn't worth it. I'm no longer going to be affiliated with fucking the Hells Angels. They're grandparents now and they don't want to fucking.
Every bag of pot was sold that was making $1. Every bag of coke that was sold was making $2. It was like a lot of fucking.
Why would that be in any way worth it? That's.
Because I was giving all the money to my punks people and helping out people in the street, but at least we had control of it. We can't park. You can fuck around with us and telling us that you go anywhere.
That's why all these people who are like fucking, oh, I'm so thug and I'm a gang, whatever. I'm like, no, you're not. You want to be, but whatever's like left over, it's the scraps. It's the leftover scraps.
It's over. No more.
Oh, you're not fucking it's not a cool thing anymore. And a lot of people fucking found that out the hard way, but like, you still think that it's cool to be in any way gang related? It's like, fucking go for it, bro. Hope it works out. I hope it works out. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong. This is what I've decided. Oh, maybe I'm wrong about everything. And I'm just saying that you can't even explain it to me because I wouldn't understand. That's very possible. Whatever. Because anytime I fucking say something where I'm like, hey, this is my opinion on it, there's always someone's like, oh wow, really? That's what you think? Wow, okay. Actually, it's like, okay, well, obviously, maybe I'm just too stupid. And I just don't understand anything, I guess. Which I don't really understand anything. No, that's the other thing. Like, fucking, Justin has a lot of very strong opinions about stuff that he's not very well informed about. And I was just like, I think a lot of people don't even do any research. They have these strong opinions and they can't even debate their argument. So they just make it seem like I'm too stupid and I'm uninformed.
They stop arguing when you tell the question, where'd you get that information from? And they can't tell you.
Not only they can't tell you, it's just like as if like you're a fucking idiot for your views and they're so far out there that it's just laughable. So much that they can't even explain it to you because you wouldn't understand. It's like, hey, I'm fucking stupid. It's fine. I like being part of the Not Cool Kids Club. I like to stand back against the wall and just watch. That's why it's entertaining.
It's so nice in here now.
Probably.
You didn't even go out.
Oh, fuck no.
I know you didn't.
Oh, no.
No, I know.
Because I'm lazy and fat?
No, I got in, the door was locked.
Oh.
I locked it this morning when I left.
Okay. You know what? It's funny. I have a feeling that Jay is the one who is going to bring the book back.
Yeah.
Because I think Tamara told him no for the pogs. I guarantee you this will happen. I'm almost certain that I think he's going to bring the book back. If the book ain't really so bad about it, I feel like he's going to end up being like very first book back. Because Jay's not going to want to. Well, you don't.
No, I don't.
Even if you don't. I agree. I think you should give him the fucking year when I walk up to you. Because you know what?
I'm telling you, you missed a really good fucking chance to have a really good person. Like, and it's not like I would give you a chance to put my life on this.
But you fucked me over once. I give you the one time, and it sucks that you fucking took that advantage of that. Because I'm a fucking dope ass person that can be friends with. Like, and you know what? I'm not for everybody. Some people are like, you're too much. Maybe I'm too much. But you know what? You're lost.
Well, everybody has great talent. Every time that somebody talk about, you're either like, oh, he's crazy or anything, but how do you ever have something bad to say?
Not one. Not one.
Have one bad thing to say.
There was this fucking super old show. They did a clip of like a super old show where this guy is talking about the difference between people fearing you and respecting you. And it's easier to fucking get what you want if people are afraid of you.
Yeah,
but yeah, they can always fucking turn around and fucking stab you in the back because like fucking as soon as they think they have a chance, they're gonna take it.
People do it for me, not because they're afraid.
Because I have integrity and no one fucking has a bad word to say about me at Fatal. Like that's why the only person I have a problem with is Quinn. And fucking Quinn does not have one person to fucking have his back. Every single person I don't steal, I don't lie, I don't start problems, like fucking I'm not fake, like I just drift in the ether of Fatal. And like even Sherry and her friend, they're like, I've never really seen you here. I'm like, yeah, that's the point.
That is the point.
That's how I've been here for this long, because back then it was tough. It wasn't just anybody could walk fucking into Fatal. When Marriott's crew was there, and even before that, with the chop shop. over in the middle there, and all the guys would be out there. Spider Mike would be the one standing quietly in the corner. He was not the cool kid of the group at all. It's the one they all fucking make fun of and pick on and shit because fucking the rent. Like, so if I can be fatal that long and fucking still everybody has on me, that's an accomplishment. Even I was telling Jesse because he was saying that he misses Justin. I'm like, but do you really? Honestly, like, because you know what? Justin is a lot like Mike. There's never been one time where I've ever heard them be anything other than selfish. Like, yeah, they're okay to hang out with, whatever, and they're sometimes like a bit of fun, but I don't want fucking to be around people who are all like constantly in it for themselves. I'm way too generous. I'm way too gullible. Like, I spent like 3.5 years being like, I thought I was friends with people at Fatal, and when it came to ketamine and Rainbow Sean, I wasn't cool enough and I could no longer hang out there because I was killing the vibe, and I spent 3.5 years being like, I thought they liked me and I thought we were friends, and it's just like a wrong story to have about that. Like, I'm so much better than these people. Even Barry and Ivan, they're fucking awful. Like,
well, no, I think the trick is going to be having friends that you're not dependent on them. Okay, the worst case scenario is depending on people.
I have a little bit more to give, and I love spoiling my friends. And you know what? They give back when they can. That's what I look for now. People who I don't have to be like, hey, this kind of feels a little one-sided. I feel like I give you a whole lot, and I feel like you take a whole. I don't want to have those conversations.
Like,
I don't have to.
Example, the Obo from jail. Called me, he wants to answer me. He's got some money for me. You know, he's like, yo, he doesn't have any.
Jail is the same as fucking rules.
First we did it. It's like, oh yeah, you got some weed out there? I'm like, yeah. It's like, okay, fine, good, everyone, let's start with this. Just give you a gram of hash. He's like, let's start with that. You know, now you got something to smoke, and we can talk about this. Like,
yeah,
I like that.
I don't have to be like, okay, so to make sure that none of us is gonna fuck shit up, I don't even have to have those conversations with people. Like, it's
I'll go meet him like on Friday. I'll when you go get some weed, I'll give you money for 2 months. He's gonna give on top of what we used to.
Yeah.
So that at least it's paid.
Yeah.
No, but like he told me, the weed that we smoke, it's fine that we put it on the tab. The weed that I'm using, I still give it to him at cost, the way I pay it, but he wants the money. If I ask him for 2 extra ounces, I'm gonna send him $80.
Yeah, but
$80,
so
like, give us
this is you know this is a test, right?
I don't care.
It's to see that if you're going to on your own try to make yourself a little extra on the side.
Do that. It's not that I'm doing it because I want to. It's just because he told us to start us selling PayPal, selling this, or selling that.
I can't naturally do that unless I'm explicitly told right before this is the actual amount. Tell him this being actually.
I would have not get involved at all until he tells me, hey, start us selling, man.
I don't get the concept. Personally, I'm not a salesperson. I like helping people out, but I'm not good at upselling at all. I can't do it naturally.
The vape pen, like if I would have known that it was going to be going for this cheap, it's hollow for $18. Last time he told me.
Paulo's not a connection to me.
No, but I would have think of stuff like I want to pick Paulo first, and then after that I can bring it.
I'm not looking to make money off of Paulo. I'm looking to make money off of Jerry.
Paulo is looking to make money.
Yeah, but he doesn't have customers.
No, but he likes to bring him some stuff that can you make money out of that? He goes back to bring money out of that. So yeah, it's always a strip. So that's my Charlie love to go over there and like goes up. Bring me some brand new fucking tools from Home Depot. It's like, okay! Goes to Home Depot, 2 days later, there's Polo, come over there. The pool table is filled up with tools. The ground is filled up with tools. Fucking Polo comes in, he's like, really, you guys? I'm like, yeah. It's like, give me 10 minutes.
Can you take me, Polo?
Huh?
Can you take me, Polo? No.
Did you get the car from you? Scrap? Scott came because he called for you, no? Did you buy your Scott car? Back?
Maybe he did, and if he did, he probably did the transaction with them.
No. It was in the parking lot out the back. He straight down. He gave you some cash for the car.
No, every car that I've ever had, Dom is the one who okays the getting rid of it. Like, no, he's seen me parked on the side of Baytown and came out being like, "What the fuck is this chick doing sitting here?" Never mind.
Ah.
Want me to make a nice coffee?
almost dropped down the stairs.
Ugh. Ow. Fucking. Yep. Hey. Yeah, they're not too short. So Dad was like, oh, wow, that's shorts. I'm not confident enough anymore. My shorts that short.
That short?
Oh, yeah. Freaking fucking pops up, last one will go away. And they said fucking have a thigh gap. I'm like, what's a thigh gap? And people are like, oh, you're so lucky you still have a thigh gap. I'm like, what's a thigh gap? I don't even know what that is. And so I lost it. And then I found out what shit was just fucking terrible. Oh. This is how to survive fucking this fucking child. Look at that, an armpit. Wait, you have to wait here for a sec. I can't see for un moment. Merci. Just twitched a little. No, stay sit there. Hang on.
Okay. Ah. Holy fuck, mosquitoes are bad up there. Not bad mosquitoes. You can work? What? Bonnie can work. And black rubberized asphalt undercoating. You gonna fix it? Yeah. Cool. Yay!
Do you have some chicken wire left?
Yeah! Yeah, I have that super thick wire.
Perfect. I'm gonna use that. Babe, are you busy?
Oh, why? What do you want?
Struggling with my hair.
Oh, okay, I'll finish it. No, give me one more second. I know. Such a good boy, you're so patient. I know. You just want to go fucking freak out. Wow, the mosquitoes are fucking bad. Jeez. Oh, itchy as fuck. Dad, what's going on?
Well, I watched them.
Okay. Did you finish it?
Yes. But they're so tangled. I'm gonna have trouble with them. You right down the left. Oh!
I know. 2 more seconds. I know. You're very patient. I know. Go. I cannot spell. Oh my god, I got fucking fit that shit out there. Holy fuck. Like shit out of eBay. Whoa. I didn't fucking go to fucking door really fucking once long. Went in there and fucking looking over. You didn't walk it over, baby. It was a 2 for 1.
I'm still gonna have my hair. I'm gonna have a white beard.
What? Sorry?
I have a white beard.
Yeah.
And my hair is still gonna be the same
Oh yeah. Good markers now. You can use it. Color your hair. Oh. My ring is too often. Oh. Yeah. Very distracted to your phone. Yeah. Let's make it a better. This? Oh no, this one. This I try to get Dom to use. Look up the shampoo. Oh, this is gonna get these regular shampoo. See, you're literally like me. Yeah, but she gets really good expensive conditioner that's from the pharmacy downstairs. Like that one that the guy. Super expensive, like $50 for a couple bottles of shampoo. Stupid little fucking T-Rex arms. One of those fucking sticks to brush.
Yeah.
No, did I get you one once and you broke it? There's probably not cheap. I was on a dog store. You should go to Walmart and shit. Yeah, bacteria. Like any fucking pedicure, manicure tool. I'm sure that's for a while. You'll see fucking dose in a ball.
Oh, baby, you're the best. Well, you're watching.
Fucking you work all day in the super hot.
Oh my god, it's disgusting. They thought, I mean, it's too hot. It's got to.
Fucking see what either be helpful. You feel better after working.
My water.
I want to fucking what's many hundred Look at your fucking shoulders. Like a whole other fucking body part. You're growing one of the limbs. Okay, let me
you go let your dog out before he fucking tries sadness. Want to get a towel?
You want to go on the door?
You want a better towel?
Okay. Do I need clothes?
Okay. Let's find some clothes.
No, I don't need clothes now.
Yeah, but I have to go. I'm taking your dog back there.
Okay.
Oh my god, she's so stupid. This is why I love her. That's her for a memory card for my GameCube stuff. You can't fucking play the game. Like, starts right at the beginning, and there's no save points for Super Mario Sunshine and for Luigi Mansion, so that's her to get an extra one. Would you be okay if I gave Tony Baloney the 2 PlayStation controllers? Because he collects PlayStation, old PlayStation stuff. Fucking plays with them, no intention of ever getting it.
Oh, the PlayStation 3s that are in the fucking thing upstairs. Fucking give that to him.
I am!
All
That's
of
just a
them.
fucking jam.
All of them. Checking the bin underneath the bed. The bin.
Oh, yeah.
That bin.
Yeah.
There's PlayStation 1 controllers in there too.
Oh.
So it's this jam.
Yeah, he collects. He's like, oh, I think it's gonna make a comeback.
and I
It's
think
gonna
it's
be like
I think it's a white one too. So you're gonna
a
like it.
whole wall of PlayStation 3 games and PlayStation 2 games. I was like, well, why?
I have a few things there. I'll make a little box.
Okay. But this is what John said to me. I love you too. Don't forget, you are also the best. We are just 2 perfect stars floating in a sea of bright.
You can tell her to tell him that I'm there because I keep that stuff because I feel like it's such a waste. Put it in the garbage.
I don't want it. Like, I'm never going to use it, but I can't bring myself to throw it in the garbage. Like,
I'm keeping my PlayStation 4 because I can still play offline Call of Duty.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, baby. Fucking. Move. Fuck. Can't really fucking go anywhere if you're in the way. Okay, come on. Oh, wrong foot. Elbow dog in the face. Oh. Oh, there's Cheryl and Russell. Okay. I know, very exciting. You guys need water. No, go. Up on melancholy, plastic train. With me. Oh, shocker.
Which in total carries a maximum punishment of 20 years in prison. This is not some win. Sean Combs, according to Trump, he was facing life and being able to walk out something from under After hearing more than 6 weeks of testimony from 34 witnesses, including Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, who testified that Combs used power, violence, and fear to force her into so-called freak-offs or drug-fueled sex performances with mentors. Prosecutors thanking her and the other alleged victims for sharing their harrowing stories. This footage at the heart of the case, showing Combs kicking and dragging Ventura in 2016. According to a letter from her attorney, Ventura urging the judge to keep Combs detained ahead of his sentencing, saying she believes he poses a danger to the alleged victims who testified, including herself. The defense team arguing detaining Combs is inappropriate, saying he needs to be with his family. Combs had pleaded not guilty to all charges. His defense argued the women were willing participants and all sexual encounters were consensual. Now, Combs' legal troubles are far from over. He still faces more than 5 dozen civil lawsuits from alleged victims. Rita Roy, ABC News, New York. Her brother has pleaded guilty in the murders of 4 students at the University of Idaho. He entered the plea to avoid the death penalty. Jake Brighton has details. The murder of Madison Logan. Dare you plead guilty or not guilty? Guilty. Brian Cooper staring blankly at the judge, admitting for the first time he viciously stabbed to death 4 University of Idaho students. First degree murder of Ethan Chapin. Dare you plead guilty or not guilty? Guilty. Video straight from inside the courtroom doesn't show the sobbing friends and family of the victims. He did that with the intention to. But those cameras did capture the emotional prosecutor Bill Thompson when sharing details of the case with the judge to consider during sentencing. Mentions their names. He then killed intentionally, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice forethought. Manny Hogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Senator. Kaylee Gonzalez's father was not in the courthouse, outraged at the plea deal. What he says was the lack of input from victims' families during the process. You only negotiated for the murder of our children. That was your first step when you negotiated. You didn't give us a conversation to negotiate with us. More than 2.5 years after the murders, the pain is still overwhelming. The on-campus apartment where the attacks took place is gone. Plaques, balloons, a small memorial where it once stood. It's something from the University of Idaho City. There's no way.
Oh, for fuck's sake. What? What?
As soon as possible. Yeah. Meanwhile, the Israeli military continues its strikes in Gaza. Health officials say there are dozens of people being killed. Israel has agreed to a 60-day ceasefire in
Hey, are people being murdered in Gaza?
Held
Wow.
by Hamas. Europe is under a heat dome, and several countries are dealing with intense heat. In Spain, the heat is fueling a wildfire that's already killed 2 people. About 14,000 people have been ordered to stay indoors to avoid the heat. Parts of France are under a red alert after temperatures exceeded 40 degrees. And heat alerts have also been issued for 17 Italian cities. The Dalai Lama says he will have a successor chosen according to Tibetan tradition. The announcement ends years of speculation that the current Dalai Lama would be the last person to. The succession plan was laid out at a gathering in India just days before the Dalai Lama's 90th birthday, and it comes in defiance of China. China has repeatedly said that it alone has the authority to approve the next spiritual leader of Tibetan Buddhism. And coming up, it was a frightening scene.
We could just see 2 people fighting, and it was almost like hitting the wall next to it.
And there are growing calls to take these incidents more seriously. And it's not the first time. It's a snake on a plane.
This is the voice of Montreal.
CJAD 800. McDonald's summer drink days are back. Which means it's officially summer. Enjoy your refreshing small Coca-Cola or small iced coffee for just $1 all summer. Summer's booming with summer drink days. Excludes flavored iced coffee at participating McDonald's in Canada. Taxes extra. Prices exclude delivery.
With the Certified Service Vehicle Health Check, we guarantee that your tires, brakes, 12-volt battery, and other components are vacation ready. No guarantees about mosquitoes, though. Don't miss your Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac Certified Service dealer.
By switching to Desjardins Insurance, you could save up to $350 when you insure 2 cars or more.
Oh, yeah?
And they've got more than 3 generations of experience.
So what?
Well, imagine your husband barbecued every day for 3 generations. Beef, prime rib, and a salt crust with a molecular herb foam.
That's it? Boring.
Babe, it's just the appetizer. Desjardins Insurance. We're not new to insurance, and that's reassuring. Get a quote. Certain conditions, exclusions, and limitations may apply. Are you tired of dealing with cracks in your basement or garage floor? Worried about pyrite and the negative effects it can have on your home? Acton can help you replace your floor, reducing humidity and moisture. They offer free evaluations and payment solutions to fit your budget. Visit acton.ca to learn more about their services and to schedule your free evaluation today. That's akton.ca. Acton Injection, foundation and concrete specialists, trusted in Montreal for over 40 years. Mrs. Baker.
Yes?
I glanced at your file, and I must admit it doesn't look good.
How bad is it, Doctor?
Oh, not that bad. I just need new glasses. Can't see much.
Come get 50% off frames right now at New Look Eyewear until July 13th. Conditions apply. Chantal Gravel Optician.
You're listening to CTV News with Mitsumi Takahashi on CJAD 800.
Hurricane Flossie is now weakened to a Category 2 storm, but parts of Mexico's Pacific coast are still under a tropical storm warning. Officials have ordered some beaches and ports closed. Mexico's army is also on standby for any relief efforts. The hurricane's outer bands are bringing heavy rain to parts of Mexico, but the eye of the storm is still far offshore. There was a fight on board a Frontier's Airlines flight headed for Miami. One man was arrested after he allegedly attacked another passenger. Victor Oquendo has the story.
This morning, an alarming scene as a fight breaks out on board a Frontier Airlines flight bound for Miami while it was still in the air. The plane was about to land when, according to police records, 21-year-old Ishan Sharma was returning to his seat when he allegedly grabbed another passenger by the neck. The two trading blows, passengers trapped, witnessing the chaos.
The man sitting behind was making comments to the man in front, like negative comments the whole flight. And the man in front went to the bathroom. And when he came back, that's when things started to escalate.
Sisters Rosa and Regina Gurgley seeing the scuffle firsthand.
You could hear just like pounding kind of and like people talking or yelling, and we could just see 2 people fighting, and it was almost like hitting the wall next to it.
Authorities saying the victim sustained superficial cuts and declined medical attention. We've really got to do more to stop this nonsense. This should be treated as seriously as it really is, and that is disruption of the cabinet could lead to much worse things.
He fucked up my
Sharma
flower.
was treated for that cut above his left eye, taken into custody and charged with battery. Bond was set at $500. Victor Oquendo, ABC News, at Miami International Airport.
So bad.
Passengers in Australia were
Is it
delayed
pretty?
because of the plane.
It looks like a nice
So basically,
shade.
I got a call from Manipple.
Yeah, it's true, right?
There was a snake on the plane.
Fuck me.
Can you get here as soon as possible because the plane cannot leave the
so
runway.
fucking bad.
This.
Neighbors will probably be pissed off if it's sitting outside. Just went out there, fucking sprayed a bunch of water all over the grass and ran away.
They think it must have gotten into a passenger's
Oh,
luggage.
fucking here, the fuckers all coming out.
There was an explosion at a fireworks warehouse in Northern California. Thick smoke could be seen high above the facility,
Kinda
and an
funny.
evacuation order
I
was
figured you'd have like
issued for
stuff
the
that I could
area.
place
No
to
one
make
was
sure
hurt.
that like
It's not
it
clear
is
what
almost
sparked the
impossible.
explosion, but it comes
clear
just
what
days
started
ahead
the
of July
explosion.
4th
maybe I don't know
celebrations
the
when
fucking explosives
fireworks will
that
be
are filling the
high.
store.
Fire that day.
And a transit bus drove through the front
No, but
yard
maybe
of a
I'm
home in
just an
Surrey,
idiot.
BC. Authorities say the bus veered off the road to avoid crashing into another car. No one was hurt. The bus was out of service at the time, so there weren't any passengers on board.
Okay, so what
and there
were
was
you
no
talking
apparent
about? Like, what's the
damage
story?
to the home itself.
Weather.
Yeah, but no one hurt. Nothing happened because he fucking. How often does this happen in Montreal? Where like there's like a fucking major accident.
We are back live on location here.
I don't know. I see like a lot of bus drivers that
Absolutely
fucking like.
spectacular. We've got the TD main stage behind me. They're taking
Apparently in Calgary there is something in the road where it's just bars and a hole, and there's a sign that says stop or your car is going to go into this hole in the road because you're not allowed to go down that way. And like I feel like there's so many other things you guys could have done instead rather than potentially someone dying from their car driving into a hole.
Like, you know those concrete blockades?
Or like many other things. Like we have a wall on the 20. You can build one of those really pretty fast. Like so many other things. But why would you do that?
Because there is one bound to go into this hole.
Oh, I found out they have a giant blue ring. They have a giant blue metal ring with a light post on top of it in Calgary. It's one of their attractions. I was like, this is like, it was a joke at first, and now I'm like, this is something. I don't even know what, but I feel like this is something.
Portal or something to resonate some waves.
Data collection, or something.
That's good. Everything that's like on Wi-Fi.
Weather, maybe something to do with the weather fucking seating thing. I honestly have no clue. It sounds like I'm smoking Tina.
It's gonna start irradiating a wave.
Because maybe it's something nothing too. Maybe it's absolutely nothing. Maybe it really just is a piece of art.
You didn't see the movie Kingsman?
Yes, I did. It was a great movie.
The second one.
Yeah, I did watch it. It wasn't great, but it was okay.
In the church.
Yeah, the fight scene. The best fight scene in
you know why
history.
They go crazy? Because of the
free... Because Samuel L. Jackson puts a fucking chip.
Free internet for everybody.
And it's almost like we know, though. We know all these things. And they were like, haha, wouldn't that be crazy? And they're like, oh, you can actually do that. And they're like, oh, wouldn't that be crazy? It's like putting a gun... And someone said that. I don't remember who. Like, it's like me putting a gun and saying, don't worry, trust me. Like, I won't shoot you. Like, I'm a cop. Trust me. But I can put a gun to your head and you should just trust me. Like, it's like, no.
No, because I would go and give you the gun, trust me. And they would be like, no. So I won't trust you. Don't trust me to give you the gun. I won't trust you.
And you should not trust fucking you to give you a gun because you're not going to give it back.
First of all, anytime somebody has a gun in front of me and I know it's
first question you ask, can I see it?
Can I see it? And this is my gun now. What you going to do? It's not a toy.
Well, you should know that rule number 1 is you never hand your fucking firearm over to another person because you're responsible for it. It's fucking pretty common sense. I thought.
Guns. That's why.
Yeah, no.
So we don't.
I say
guns attract guns.
I was saying we should give all the guns to the natives. If you really want to go hunting, then you go to the native reserve. You say, I want to go hunting. If they think that you're on a power trip, they say, go fucking get therapy.
Pudding, maybe.
Ooh, that would be cool. Okay.
Pudding.
What was I doing next?
Give me a hug.
Went to the shed. We did the toilet.
You didn't wash my hair.
Oh, I started doing the bed.
Okay. I'm going to sit down on my chair and die. I shouldn't say that.
No, because you know I can die.
No, because my mom did that. Like, I'm going to go lay down and die. And she did.
If you die, I die.
I won't die. I told you I'm immortal.
Well, fucking, I have a friend, Sarah.
She's immortal too?
No, her boyfriend died.
Oh.
I don't even know of what. Sarah's like the coolest person ever. Like, she's too cool for me. Definitely too cool for me.
Well, if I get any kind of sickness and everything, I know what to do. My mom taught me. Just fucking do a bunch of drugs and it'll be fine.
Oh, it's super out of the blue too. Like,
years.
I don't even know what happened. I have a feeling that he took the COVID shot. And he fucking probably had a heart attack. But
I'm quitting this soon.
yeah, me too.
Either you do or you don't.
No, you know what? I figured like the sportsmen. They're natives, but they're not as bad as natives. Cause like fucking, I never thought I'd stop the McDonald's. Thought I was only gonna smoke McDonald's, but like
a fucking pack of cigarettes.
yeah, no, that's no. Ever since they changed the tips, maybe it is in my head.
Cigarettes haven't went up, eh?
Not only that,
only the taxes from the government.
when they changed to white tips, like, and they said it's the same thing. It's just the color. Maybe it is in my head, but I talked to a lot of different people who said that no, and they burn faster. Like they go out, yeah, but they still burn faster now. Okay. What was the next thing?
And because I smoke a native, when I get to half of it, I don't feel bad throwing it away. So
No, yeah,
no. When I have a McDonald's, I force myself to smoke it all because I'm like, ooh, tabarnak.
Yeah, but every time I quit, I would try to do regulars, and I ended up smoking 2 cigarettes one after the other. So I'm like, hey, well, obviously that's not.
It comes down to 165 cigarettes.
That's crazy, eh? Oh my god. When you fucking do the math, that's fucking a lot.
Yeah. And somebody gives you 50 cents, you look at that, like.
That's true, eh?
Far from the count. Dude.
Yeah, that's true.
Like for 50 cents, I give you my cigarette butt.
I have to go take a fucking time.
Have to take a So today I actually walked a few houses down to go smoke joints because the guy's a cop. But all the chances on my side.
Yeah. Not worth it. Better be overconfident. Oh, fuck. Maybe once it gets darker, I'll take note. So I can bring you down fucking water. Right? Oh, my God. No. Here, I'll give you some peanut butter cups. How about that? Oh.
Incident 520 eastbound from Hickmore to the Côte de Lion Circle at a snail's pace, also in slow-mo 40 east from Cavendish over to Saint-Laurent, Met West, bit of a pinch from Lacordaire to Papineau, outbound La Fontaine, heavy duty for 60 minutes from the Yves Prévost sector, cut it in half via Shooting East, outbound Champlain from de la Vérandrie. Smart travelers save on Park and Fly Airport parking for a limited time, park for 7 days from only $19 per day, condition parkandfly.ca. And let us know EC on the roads. Call in your tips to star 800. I'm Mark Shalhoub for AD 800 Traffic Center.
The Vassy Capello.
Pop headlines. Weekdays at noon. Another round of surprise among
Conversations that dig deep.
There's nothing overtly negative, yet analysis that entertains.
The president really needs to approach us as an equal. Opinion and lively debate.
Should the priority be for this new government to get the tariffs removed? The Vassy Capello Show.
Whatever pain he's inflicting on us, he's getting it back in return. Weekdays at noon.
On News Talk Radio, CJD 800.
June 2026. Greatest sporting event on earth is coming to Canada. It's a moment of the World Cup 2026. Next summer on TSN and CTV. Oh, Canada! CTV News with Mitsumi Takahashi on CJ Grid.
Increasing numbers of first responders are developing post-traumatic stress disorder.
What?
And now there are calls for specialized treatment. Pauline Chan has more.
They are the people who protect us from war, from crime, from fires. But how do we protect them?
It would feel like I was about to be sick.
Jonathan Williams was in policing for 12 years, and he loved it, but the job took its toll.
You can't really wait too far because you're in a marked police car and you're in a uniform and you're expected to act. But I would find a cul-de-sac or some safe place and
fucking actually hire enough people to
and that's
even
what I
out
do.
jobs so people aren't fucking
I
traumatized
wasn't able
forever.
to control it.
We have first responders from across the country and from different areas, fire, police.
During a recent
Yeah, but they all go
symposium in
on
Kelowna,
strike
BC,
and they fucking
the
they
focus
only
was on the
stop when
specific needs of
the
first
police start
responders.
going on
It
strike
doesn't meet
and then
the
the
needs.
police get what they
And
want
we
and then
cookie-cutter
everybody else is
everything.
like, oh,
Former
sorry,
OPP
not gonna strike
officer
anymore.
Laura Kloosterman calls the situation devastating, and not just for first responders, but also their families. And it's costing lives.
Suicide in first responders and public safety personnel is an epidemic.
Oh, for
it's
sure.
astronomical.
For sure.
And the people that are not overtly dying, it's the installment program. They're killing themselves with drugs and alcohol.
She points to the need for specialized programs.
You don't want to spend the first 3 days of any kind of treatment program just telling people what you do. It has to be the fact that they understand trauma.
The trauma that they encounter during a week
but
of
fucking
their,
you're not getting people who used to be fucking in those situations. You get people who have never fucking experienced these situations in their life, and they went to school, they have all the papers.
In fact, for those needing
can't
residential
learn it.
treatment,
It's
many
not
first
really
responders
teach.
get sent to
Either
addiction
you can deal
programs,
with it kind of
even though
or
they
you
have no
can't.
addictions. This traumatic stress recovery program in Kelowna was the first place Williams felt safe talking openly about his PTSD.
I'm not always the one that's protecting everybody. I can let my guard down.
Pauline Chan, CTV News.
That's so sad.
Dish soap can do a lot more than wash pots and pans, but there are some chores that are better left to other product. Here's Pat for it.
Wow. Can't wait for this.
Dishwashing liquid is a clean workhorse. It doesn't just tackle your dirty dishes. Got hair dye on your skin? Grab a small amount of baking soda and some dish soap. Need to clean your makeup brushes? Dish soap's got you. Just add 1 part olive oil. It even works wonders to reduce condensation on windows, stop squeaky doors, and clear out a clogged drain. It can also kill those pesky bugs on your plants.
A few teaspoons of dish soap with water
What
in
kind
a spray
of dish
bottle
soap?
works as a gentle and effective insecticide.
With so many brands and formulations, which one works best on their main job, cleaning dishes? Consumer Reports says there is one standout choice.
Dawn?
The editor's choice was Dawn Ultra dishwashing liquid.
10 points awarded to me.
Rich suds have kept it ahead of the rest for years.
Oh, good.
Dish soap is
Awesome.
great for hand washing.
Because we saved the
It
ducks.
should not be used in your dishwasher.
No, you'll get a bubble
TikTok
party.
suggests using dish soap to
Same with
brighten
laundry
your
soap.
laundry and
Or you don't use Dawn dish soap for laundry soap because it'll make a giant fucking mess of bubbles.
Using dish soap in a washing machine or dishwasher
Eh.
might seem harmless, but it creates way too many suds.
Yeah.
And that can cause leaks.
Bubble party!
Or even damage to the machine over time.
Yeah, it's probably not fucking a good idea, but it's real fun.
Fabrics the way laundry detergent is. A few drops as a spot remover is okay. Just make sure not to use too much, as it can be hard to rinse out. Keep in mind, dish soap is made to cut through oil and grease, so it can't strip away your skin's natural oils. It should not be used
I used to use body wash to do my laundry, and I'd wash my laundry by hand in the sink with body wash.
Business news brought to you by Oviedo Loop, supporting families of sick children throughout the month of June.
Bombardier shares rose today. Meanwhile, at Microsoft, there's a major layoff. Morella Fernandez has more.
My uncle worked for Bomber.
Share shot up more than 20%.
Oh, yeah, right? Like, oh, no.
The biggest mover on the TSX today. Bombardier stock was boosted by a new
right? Like, fuck.
Challenger and
What the fuck do you need employees for when your products don't even fucking work and you have no customer service? How much more fucking people can you lay off?
US. The Canadian jet maker isn't identifying the first-time buyer. Microsoft is laying off about 9,000 employees. It's the second massive cut in months. The company says it's trying to streamline. The technology firm, like many of its peers, is investing deeply in artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I would have paid thousands of dollars for products, and then when they don't work, I get no fucking customer support.
And food and bankruptcy protection. The company's carrying about $1.2 billion of debt. Del Monte is 38 years, but says demand for its products has been dropped. Consumers look for healthier or cheaper options. Markets had record closes again today, but let's start with the Canadian dollar. Hitting 73.61. West Texas Intermediate is up close to $2 to 67.38. Our fix on Western Canadian Select has it down to 53.44. And the TSX only moved 12 points, but it was another record close, finishing the trading day at 26,869. Those are your business headlines. I'm Marilla Fernandez. Australia has cancelled Kanye West's visa because of rapper's latest single.
What?
He's been coming to Australia for a long time.
Kanye West? Oh no.
He's got family here, and he's made a lot of offensive comments. But my officials looked at it again once he released the high offender song, and he has a valid visa in Australia.
Oh. Australian officials say West's new song promotes Nazism. The song has been widely condemned and banned on most platforms, including Spotify and SoundCloud. It is featured on West's latest album, In a Perfect World, which was released in May.
Wow.
A couple from Ajax,
So
Ontario, have a front row seat to one of the most successful theater productions ever. The pair are both musicians. They're helping bring The Lion King to life on stage. Carol Charles reports.
Really? Still?
While most eyes are on the spectacular show on stage of The Lion King,
How long is this show running for? It's been over like a year.
And stage left, his wife Dialis Machado.
Whatever.
In the spring of 2024, the couple auditioned for Front of House Percussion 1 and 2 and were selected to be part of the critically acclaimed musical.
Okay. Thank you. We're good. My goodness. I feel like that commercial's been running for like well over a year. Are you gonna do what you want for supper? Huh? You do tornadoes and sidekicks. Okay.
My game Diablo 4 is free, but only play to level 25.
Why is it so laggy?
I don't know.
What? Oh, looks like it's gonna rain. Oh. Apparently it's supposed to start raining. Like now.
I did cover the chimney.
Uh-oh. It's supposed to be a thunderstorm. And it's supposed to rain again tomorrow afternoon. Oh my god. Oh man. Fucking now I have the Lion King's fucking music stuck in my head. fucking. The only fucking musical that I'd literally pay like a ridiculous amount of money to see would be the Book of Mormon.
Oh, yeah.
But it has to be the guy who wrote it. I've seen other guys that do it, and he's not as good. Or no, they had one guy fucking to do the one that they filmed, but usually they have like a bunch of different actors that switch on and off. Alexander Hamilton. There we go. So apparently, fucking in Jesse's place, they have an alarm system, and if it goes off, the cop will show up. And he said even if he disables it, like how much time do you have before someone's notified? Yeah. Well, you already took the other one off. Oh yeah, because what's the game room? Is that game related? But he has to pay. He's already fucking spent $2,000 because his alarm will go off. He shuts it off. The cops go off anyway, and it's a false for the fucking police to show up when there's no emergency.
It's something with the building, not his apartment.
$2,000, and he looks at his phone and he says it says it's off. Sometimes he says it didn't even ring. It didn't even go off. And it's like, he's like, what am I supposed to do? I just pay it. And I'm not gonna fucking argue about it. Like, there's no way to fucking prove it, and I'm not gonna get into it with them. I'd rather just fucking pay them so they fuck off. Like, I was like, that's a fucking scam and a half. That sounds like the cops are fucking have a deal with your landlord or some shit. Because I was like, why wouldn't the landlord be notified first before the police? Shouldn't you notify the landlord before you fucking notify the police? Maybe I'm wrong, but... No, he said he painted his apartment red when he first moved in, and they came to fix the broken door. And he goes, you obviously didn't read your lease, did you? He goes, you know what? He goes, you're not allowed to paint your apartment. He goes, yeah, it's already done. And he goes, okay, well, you're going to have to get the specific paint that we tell you to get. You're going to have to fix it. I was like, you know what I would do? I'd buy a giant roll of stickers. Stickers, wallpaper, and then like, I didn't get it. Like, I don't know, it's just like fucking, like the landlord doesn't fucking live in the building. It's like fucking that big of a building, honestly. Like, what the fuck do you care if it's painted while someone lives there? Get them to fucking paint it before they leave.
Yeah, all of them are painted, and then we come back, just paint it up.
Yeah, or they charge you for it. Whatever, big fucking deal. Like, but it's probably because they don't have the resources to probably go after them. Because like I've smoked in all the apartments I wasn't supposed to. I painted even like my fucking Burnett apartment. I painted that place black. I painted the door black and purple. I didn't say much. Same with the dog. Anywhere I live from now on, I say nothing about the dog. Because I want to live where my landlord lives and none of their business. Whether I have a dog. Can't ask me if I have a child. And they can't fucking prove it usually. And they're not going to be willing to go fight in court. So I don't say anything. Especially when they allow cats but not dogs. Like, yeah, but usually my cats are way louder than my dog. Jack, you fucking wouldn't even know who's there. My cats would be running up and down the fucking hallway doing laps, and it sounds like she's got boots on. Oh. Same color as the floor. Can't find it. You're like, why did you do that? What? Go get the bone then. There you go. Oh, what you got? Can I see? Can I see? Oh, what's that? What's that? Can I see? Let me see. Is it a bone? Oh, wow. Is that your bone? Is that your bone? It's so nice. Want that? Here. Go sit over there. Eat your bone. Good job. Good job. Time is it?
7 o'clock.
Okay, close at 9. Gotta get you a little fucking roach clip.
Just get my arm up. Right.
My dad gave me his roach clip. I don't know what I did with it. Oh. Alright. There we go. Oh, done. Gross. Yeah. Oh, God damn it. Okay, let's finish this shit.
He said that the US was sabotaging Venezuelan ATMs, and he's chalked up protest against him to this.
This is part of a scheme of non-conventional war that the U.S. has perfected throughout recent decades.
Okay, so here's the thing there. America has undoubtedly done some awful things in Central and South America. We've backed coup attempts, juntas and atrocities in Chile, Argentina and Guatemala, but refreshingly, what's happening in Venezuela is actually not our fault. Accusing America of creating Venezuela's crisis is about as fair as accusing O.J. Simpson of murdering Princess Diana. I'm not saying it will be completely out of character. It just happens to not be true in this particular instance. So that's basically what I'm saying. And yet, despite all of this, Maduro is about to dominate this election like he absolutely dominated that banana. So how is that possible? Well, he's basically bent Venezuela's democratic process to his will. Back in 2015, when his party lost control of the National Assembly, he responded by stacking the Supreme Court with 13 new justices and then simply created a whole new assembly.
President Nicolás Maduro wants to create a political assembly with vast power to rewrite the Constitution and potentially dismantle the democratically elected legislature. All of the candidates today are Maduro supporters, including his wife and son.
They're like, oh, that's
Just think about the sheer scale of what Maduro did there. That would be like if here, Trump put a bunch of his friends on the Supreme Court, who then happily allowed him to create a second Congress that outranks the real Congress, and whose members include Melania and Eric, and which, by the way, you just know he'd call Dongress. You know he would do that. And you know it. And please take that down before he gets any ideas. I already regret bringing it up. Now, on top of that, Maduro has either jailed or barred from public office a number of his political opponents, and has even turned down help from other countries and agencies, including food and medicine. He has turned down food and medicine, telling Venezuelans that humanitarian aid is part of a conspiracy to overthrow his government, all of which has left Venezuelans feeling so hopeless that nearly 1 million of them have left the country over the past 2 years, and many of those who've remained are now at their breaking point.
Oye, que no sepa todo el mundo, nos estamos muriendo de hambre. Los venezolanos, esto no es posible, estamos en una dictadura, pero disfrazada. Todos son testigos, hay gente que no podemos hablar. ¿Por qué? Porque nos tienen amordazados. Si tú hablas, mandan a los colectivos a que te agredan, a que te maten.
Really?
That's absolutely horrifying. And when you listen to her, it starts to hit you that poo-poo-toff cocktails might actually turn out to be pretty fucking restrained. And the most frustrating thing here is there aren't a lot of great options to help. The Trump administration has imposed some sanctions and is considering more, but if they're not extremely careful, those could wind up causing even more hardship. So, at this point, seeing as Maduro won't listen to reason or to the will of his own people, perhaps it's time to call in the one voice that we know he'll listen to. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a bird.
Hola, Maduro. It's me, a bird. Remember we spoke a few years back? Okay, and if you're thinking this is just Wilmer Valderrama and the birds who, well, used to think I was Hugo Chavez. So you're not exactly the authority on what birds. But listen up, buddy.
Go.
Because I'm 2.5 kilos of high protein and meat. And I'm here to tell you, you're in some serious trouble, compadre.
Oh, it's fucking
It's not a
fat.
good sign when the people are throwing their poop at you. I should know. I'm a bird. Come on, man. I invented the poo-poo top cocktails. Yeah, that's right. Every time a bird poops on you, you should know it was a political statement. Also, that we aimed, and I thought it was funny. Maduro, the whole world can see what mess you are making. Even TV hosts here in America, like that idiot.
Oh, shit. Oh, look. I was just having a little snack.
That's just bad timing, Zazu. The point is, Maduro, you need to accept humanitarian aid and cool it with the dictator stuff. Well, I've got a poo-poo top cocktail with your name on it right here. All right. This is it for me. And because I am a real, actual bird, I'm going to exit with effortless beauty and grace.
Yes, indeed. That's our show. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week. Good night.
what to do.
Thank you so much for joining us. And let's dive straight in with the fact that yesterday saw a royal wedding. As you probably knew if you were anywhere within earshot of CBS's Gayle King.
Hello, I'm Gayle King of CBS This Morning. I just have one big goosebump all over my body. I'm going to change hats every hour on the hour. I just saw James Blunt go, and he does that song, "You're Beautiful." That's all I'm going to sing about. I feel like crying. Oh my gosh, this is actually very good and very moist. You're beautiful. Oh yeah, do you know that? Yeah, of course I do. I won't sing anymore. You're beautiful. I love that song. Pippa got a lot of attention because everyone was raving about her bottom, and I thought, is that a big bottom? I don't think so. But she got a lot of attention for her bottom that people thought was perfection. Guess that's a matter of opinion. I've seen some big bottoms. I didn't think that was wrong, but okay.
You know what? That's fair, Gayle. That is actually fair. We British people are not exactly known for our taste in butts. The actual Sir Mix-a-Lot was a 16th century nobleman so inbred that when a girl walked in with an itty-bitty waist and a round thing in his face, he just sneezed out of his elbow and died. Now, a little bit of history for you. Now, perhaps the most notable part of the service was Bishop Michael Curry, who delivered an impassioned ode to love, which led to some pretty awkward reaction shots.
There were some old slaves in America's antebellum South who explained the dynamic power of love and why it has the power to transform. They explained it this way. They sang a spiritual, even in the midst of their captivity. They said, if you cannot preach like Peter, and you cannot pray like Paul, you just tell the love of Jesus, how he died to save us all. Oh, that's the bomb in Gilead. This way of love is the way
I
of
would go to gospel church.
They got it. He died to save us all.
Oh, that is the wrong room there, buddy. Because believe me, those are some of the most repressed people on earth. Talking to the Queen about love is like talking to her about the transformative power of the Taco Bell $5 chalupa clothing box. Don't tell me about this. I'm not interested. It sounds disgusting, and if I ever experienced it, I'd break out in hives. Good day to you, sir. I said good day to you now. So for now, let's move on to North Korea, a country led by a man who is both a brutal dictator and also the only person who's ever been excited to get a picture taken with Mike Pompeo. Now, the proposed summit between Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un is scheduled to take place on June 12th, but this week it hit a major snag.
North Korea now says it may call off Kim Jong-un's meeting with President Trump over U.S. demands to denuclearize the Korean Peninsula.
Yes, the summit is now in jeopardy for a number of reasons, from the fact that both sides apparently have different definitions of what denuclearization means, to North Korea's objections to the US and South Korea holding a joint training exercise called Max Thunder, which incidentally sounds way too much like a porn name for a military exercise. It's as if the Bin Laden raid had been called Operation Dick Thick Hog Bin Laden Goes Down. Now, negotiating with North Korea is clearly the tightest of tightropes to walk. And unfortunately, instead of a professional tightrope walker, Trump has brought in a big old walrus. Specifically, this big old walrus, John Bolton, the brand new National Security Advisor, who's been appearing on TV making a pretty alarming statement.
Is it a requirement that Kim Jong-un agree to give away those weapons before you give any kind of concession?
I think that's right. I think we're looking at the Libya model of 2003, 2004.
Yes, the Libya model. Now, that may not sound like much to you, but Bolton bringing up Libya is literally the worst thing he could have said in this situation. It's like if your wife says, do these jeans make me look fat? And you say, I'm fucking the babysitter. Anything would be better than that. Because the Libya model that he's talking about involved a deal the US and others struck to get Libya to give up their nuclear weapons program. But for dictators like Kim Jong-un, that example is somewhat tainted for reasons so obvious, even the human throw pillows on Fox and Friends could understand.
Maybe John Bolton probably shouldn't have mentioned Libya just because, for a lot of people, they think, oh, how did that end? Oh, yeah, Gaddafi was dragged through the streets.
That's the one thing you remember about that operation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Except they're also missing out a key detail, as before Gaddafi was dragged through the streets and killed, his enemies sodomized him with a bayonet. And let's agree, that is the worst way to die, right after being in a porta potty when Beyonce walks in on you and you're not wearing pants and you're so embarrassed that you slam the door on her, and the force of the slam knocks the porta potty over a cliff, and as you fall down you hear Beyonce yelling, "You'll never do anything as funny as carpool karaoke," and as you land upside down it hits you that suddenly the only one who can save you from drowning in your own feces is Dustin Hoffman, and the last words you hear are, "Remember me, motherfucker?" I assume that fear is universal. Anyway, it's not important. The point is, it's not just Kim Jong-un who is touchy about what happened in Libya. Gaddafi's death is a common obsession among autocrats. In fact, even Putin apparently thinks about it a lot.
Putin watches that tape over and over and over again. It's all he can talk about for quite some time.
Vladimir Putin was determined Gaddafi's fate would not be his own.
Okay, you know what? I'm not actually surprised by that. Because if you told me that there was a video that Putin watches over and over again, I would guess it's of someone being murdered. That's his Big Lebowski. He just throws it on in the background whenever he's folding laundry. In fact, for sense of just how badly Bolton screwed up here, Trump actually walked his comments back. Yes, Donald Trump, a man who would double down on a fucking typo, went on TV and said this.
Well, the Libyan model isn't a model that we have at all when we're thinking of North Korea.
Now, that is the President of the United States directly contradicting one of his top advisors, a man who, incidentally, was standing in the room the whole time. And look, John Bolton, how can I put this to you, what you did, in terms that you might understand? Your decision to say the words, the Libya model, may have put your time in the White House on the path of the Scaramucci model. A model which means you shoot your mouth off, get fired quickly, and end up posing for photos in front of a frozen yogurt shop with which you share a dumb nickname. And in terms of sheer pain and humiliation, that exit truly is the equivalent of a bayonet up the arse. And now, this.
And now, local news gets a little too British for the royal wedding.
If you enjoy phony British accents, this is the week of the year for you.
Ethan, tell us the details and do it in a British accent for fun.
Hello, Gordon.
Hello. Hello. No.
Hip, hip.
Cheerio, everyone. Cheerio this morning. Cheerio.
I've made it to very old.
Hello.
You cheeky monkey.
Howdy-ho.
Maybe a spot of tea?
Spot of tea.
A spot of tea?
A spot of tea.
A spot of tea.
Spot of tea.
We do have 3 accidents in town this morning.
Cheerio. You know, the last time we spoke with some type of accent, we made it on HBO.
We did. That's right, the Jolliver Show. Yes, maybe we'll do it again. What do you say?
From the town of Windsor. Top of the morning.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns rehab, the most common place to go after hitting rock bottom other than Dave and Buster's. Don't let their smiles fool you. Every one of those men is at the lowest point in their lives in that photo. Now, rehab is a place where people can address addiction to drugs or alcohol, something that, until relatively recently, was seen as a moral failing that can be overcome with sheer willpower, perhaps best epitomized by this amazing PSA from the 80s starring singer Belinda Carlisle.
I used to do drugs. And one morning I woke up, I looked in the mirror and I said, "You look frightening." I got sick of it, so I quit. And now, life's the beach.
Right. Now, Incidentally, Belinda Carlisle has since admitted that after that PSA was shot, she used cocaine for another 20 years.
Wow.
To a point where, and
Very
I'm quoting her directly here, "I'm surprised I still have a nose." Which is the kind of statement you only normally hear from toddlers who just spent the afternoon with their uncle. He told me he got it in his fingers, and I fucking flipped, man. I was crying, screaming, the whole thing. I'm surprised I still have a nose. Is it still there? The nose fucking crazy. Now, thankfully, there is now a broader understanding that addiction is complex and that nothing about getting off alcohol or drugs is easy. Experts now view addiction as a medical problem, often likened to a disease or a chronic condition. And a common way of treating it is through stints in rehab. It is a $35 billion industry with over 14,000 rehab facilities across the United States, some of which have fancy names like Promises or Passages or Milestones. You know, names that sound like perfumes worn exclusively by widows. And some rehabs can even afford to run TV commercials like this.
Cliffside Malibu has been helping people just like you for over 12 years. We accept most insurance. Our experienced, compassionate staff will help you get your life back. Call the number or go to the site below. Now, don't wait, because your tomorrow may never come.
Oh my God.
That is a hard turn there. That's like Frosted Flakes ending a commercial with Tony the Tiger getting shot by poachers. Now, in recent years, it has gotten easier to get insurance to pay for rehab. That's largely thanks to the fact that George W. Bush passed and Barack Obama expanded laws requiring health insurers to increase coverage for it. But while we use rehab as a shorthand, it is worth knowing that there is no set definition for what it should consist of. In fact, there are no federal standards for counseling practices or rehab programs. And while many rehabs are staffed by people doing their best to help, a report a few years ago found that the vast majority of people in need of addiction treatment do not receive anything that approximates evidence-based care. And for a sense of just how bad things can be, look at Florida, a state whose rehab industry has seen an epidemic of overdose deaths and fraud, to the point where one local official issued a chilling warning.
The clear message would be, stop sending your loved ones to South Florida because we're sending them back in body bags.
Wow. Holy shit. That is the worst and yet possibly most honest tourism slogan for Florida I've ever heard. Come to South Florida, we'll send you home in a body bag. So tonight, let's look at what rehab is and why the industry is so troubled. And let's begin with the fact that rehab should never be seen as a quick fix. It's often just the first step in a lifetime of recovery. Yet many make huge claims about their success rates. Take Passages in Malibu. The father and son who run it make some pretty big promises about what they can do for you.
When you send patients home, what do you say to them?
You're cured. Totally cured. 100%.
You will never use drugs and alcohol again.
Oh, wow.
Your dependency has been cured. Have a wonderful life.
Bullshit! For a start, there is no way when patients leave, this arsehole doesn't say ciao. There's no fucking way that sound doesn't come out of his lips. But it's not just Passages. Lots of rehabs feel free to make suspiciously impressive claims, as one researcher found out.
We called inpatient programs and asked them what their success rate was. And the lowest rate we got quoted was 80%.
You know, I do know that about 80% of the clients who have come in here are now sober long term.
We've had about an 80% success rate.
Where do you get this number?
And then we would ask, and on what data do you base that?
Yeah.
And no one had any data.
They had no hard data to back up their claims. And at that point, why even stop at 80%? Why not say you have a 140% success rate? For every 10 people that come into our facility, 14 emerge completely sober. Where did those extra 4 people come from? We have no idea. That's how good we are. And that's the thing. Rehab success rates are often based on self-reported statistics, involving them simply calling former clients. And those results can be problematic, as a man who's participated in one of those studies can tell you.
They call you up and they ask how you're doing, and you just lie. I just say, yeah, I'm fine, but yeah, I was drinking. Like, I mean, it's crazy, but I was embarrassed to say, I didn't stay sober.
And you kind of understand that for every reason. It can be hard to admit that you've relapsed. Plus, it's a phone call, so you'll say whatever it takes to make it end. Because getting sober may be hard, but nothing is harder than an 8-minute phone call with another human being. Nothing. Nothing at all. And look, for all those claims of success, it is very hard to know exactly what you're getting at any given rehab. You might get the traditional 12-step-based approach, which undoubtedly works for some, although most experts argue that there should also be consistent access to other newer treatments like certain behavioral therapies or medications like these. But rehabs are not required to offer those. And because a rehab can essentially be whatever its proprietor says it is, that means they can claim almost anything as treatment. For instance, many high-end rehabs offer something called equine therapy. And again, if people respond to that, that's great. But there is no evidence that as a treatment for addiction, it works. Which means some people who pay a high price for it can end up having this experience.
They had like the whole equine thing. I mean, you go and fucking pet horses. What is petting horses gonna do for me? It didn't do the goddamn thing. I don't even fucking like horses.
Okay. So, first of all, I absolutely love that guy. Second of all, he's completely right. Horses can go straight to hell. Why do we even need them anymore? Oh, sure, you could ride one somewhere, or you could just drive the car, which is like a horse, except it can play music and it doesn't constantly shit everywhere. You're an idiot, Patches, an idiot. Now, one of the places that offers equine therapy is Cliffside, the place from the ad that you saw earlier. Now, a month of treatment there costs tens of thousands of dollars. And its founder, Richard Tate, gets a little defensive when asked if it's worth that price.
Listen, $73,000 sounds like a lot of money, but if you go to the Four Seasons for 30 days, okay, that's going to be 40 grand.
Right.
Okay, what did you get? Was there any life-changing thing going on there? Everything that we've done here is mindful. It only seems like horseshit to people that don't know better. But you don't have to know better, bro, because your life didn't depend on it. You didn't go through it.
Okay, calm down, bro. Besides, you're being a little unfair to the Four Seasons. Plenty of life-changing things happened there. Just last year, Jaden Smith claimed that the one in Toronto spiked his pancakes with cheese after kicking him out of his room. And if a handful of Canadians treating an evicted child's millionaire with undisclosed isn't a life-changing thing, I guess I don't know what is anymore. $73,000 for 30 days does sound like a lot of money because it is a lot of money. And you would hope that at Cliffside they could account for every moment of treatment at that price, but that does not seem to be the case.
Where are your patients at today?
I don't know. Where are they? Where'd they go? No, you're not. Rob's not here. I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea. They probably went to whatever they did. There's a therapeutic meaning behind it.
Good save, bro. Because you were in trouble for a minute there, but the therapeutic meaning line was absolutely inspired. Because the truth is, anything can have a therapeutic meaning. His patients are stroking horses, that could be therapeutic. They're biting owls, that could be therapeutic. Even the act of them being lost could be therapeutic. It's called inadvertent wilderness therapy, and it's 140% successful. And look, so far, we've just talked about the fancy, high-end residential facilities, but there are oversight problems throughout this system because in many states, the barrier to opening a rehab can be dangerously low. For example, in Idaho, as long as you are not operating a residential program for adolescents, you don't need a license at all. In California, as long as you take private pay clients, anyone can start an outpatient rehab center. And in Florida, if you want to open a sober home, a group home where people stay, often while they receive outpatient treatments, there is nothing in state law to stop you. Technically, O.J. Simpson could open one right now, which would obviously be called the Juice Cleanse, and there would be nothing standing in his way. And Florida actually provides a window into how the flood of insurance money into treatment centers has caused massive problems, because the industry boomed there, and unscrupulous operators have found it way too easy to game the system. Take urine testing. Insurance covers drug tests, and some places have exploited that, arranging for kickbacks from testing facilities, basically meaning the more urine they take, the more money they make, and it adds up fast.
For a single $30 store-bought urine test, you could get up to $1,500 in payouts from insurance companies.
I was like, really?
So let's do the math. If you run 5 tests a week on a single addict, that's $7,500. 6 addicts at 5 tests a week, that's over $2.3 million a year.
Exactly. It is so valuable that in the recovery industry, it is known as liquid gold. And peeing liquid gold sounds like the symptom of an STD you can only contract from fucking C3PO. No, see? I don't think all women born after 1990 have it anyway. Unless you're sleeping with all women born after 1990, see? Are you? Are you doing that, see? You're a dog, see? You're a metal dog. And with money like that to be made just from urine, it is hardly surprising that some operators have gone to extreme lengths to attract patients with insurance, even engaging in something called patient brokering or junkie hunting. Here is how that works.
Mercedes Smith, a recovering addict herself, told us sober home operators compete for addicts with good insurance, enticing them with promises of free rent, free food, free cigarettes.
We would have to drive around Delray, and anybody with like suitcases, we would have to ask them, do you have insurance? There's a place you can go.
Okay, so in terms of questions to ask people from the window of a moving vehicle, do you have insurance is barely less sinister than would you like some candy or what size of flesh are you? And it gets even grimmer because the truth is there can be more money in a patient relapsing than in recovering. So at its worst, this system encourages a cycle of admission, relapse, readmission, and relapse again. This cycle even has its own special term. It's called the Florida Shuffle. And if you are not extremely lucky, this is how it ends.
In the Florida Shuffle, you go in and out of recovery, in and out of rehab centers, in and out of sober homes, milking the individual for their insurance until that person dies.
Yeah, the Florida Shuffle turns out to be horrific and not, as I'd assumed, a party where everyone throws their keys in a bowl and gets to go home and fuck their neighbour's alligator. And if at this point you're thinking, well, I guess I just need to be extra careful when I'm looking for treatment, well, that is the final big problem here, because it can be nearly impossible to find good, unbiased information. Let's say you're sitting and you see this ad, which plays a lot.
We are the Addiction Network. And if you have a problem with drugs or alcohol, you need to call the number on your screen now. Addiction is a disease, and you can't go it alone. The call is free, and so is the consultation. So why haven't you called?
Why haven't you called? That is a hostile tone that you would not tolerate elsewhere. Tampax tampons, why isn't one in you right now? Seriously, explain yourself.
What the fuck was that? Oh, but they're doing work on the street. Yo, they shook the house. That was fucked up. Now I know why they fucking had to cut the lawn. Get the tree out. Probably the guys who did cut the tree said we'll cut it down, but until you fucking clear it out so we can drag everything over, we can't do anything else. So still don't get why they fucking cut down just that way. So fucked up. The sky is like fucking blue clear over there. Well, the other side of the house, and it fucking looks like Wizard of Oz.
Why the fuck are you fucking crying? Ah! What are you doing? Fuck you up. Boom, boom. Yeah. Fuck you up. Boom, boom, boom. What? Oh. One day. Why the fuck are you so bright? I'm gonna smack the shit out of you, shit face.
The important thing to understand is that the addiction network is not a rehab. It is a referrals business, meaning they make money by routing your call to centers all over the country, which reportedly pay them $40 to $50 for your call. So in a moment of crisis, your individual circumstances are not being taken into account. They're simply placing your fate in the hands of whoever has $50, which is a terrible system. I have $50, but I have no idea how to treat someone with an addiction. I'll probably just give them a copy of my handmade anti-drug pamphlet titled Napping with the Devil, Please Stop Doing Heroin. And if you're thinking now, well, hold on, I wouldn't fall for a sketchy-looking TV ad, or I'd do my own research. That is great. But let's say that you saw that Cliffside ad and you thought, well, that looks good, but I do want to check it myself first. Well, a Google search will quickly land you on rehabreviews.com, which says that Cliffside is the choice for those that have to have the finest of everything. Or you might land on thefix.com, whose review of Cliffside raves that it is a great choice for anyone who has the means to recover there. What you probably won't see on either of these websites, at least not unless you know exactly where to look, is that both of them are actually owned by Richard Tate, the founder of Cliffside Malibu. You remember, the guy who looks like Matt Lauer fucks a pair of Oakley sunglasses. And that fact of ownership certainly casts some doubt on the fact that the Fix awarded Cliffside a rating of 5 out of 5 stars, presumably 1 star for every 10 patients whose location he's completely unaware of. And let's say someone you love was truly in crisis and you wanted information on Cliffside from an outside source, like what complaints had been lodged with the state and what the state found when they investigated. Well, in order to get that information, you would need to file a public with California's Department of Healthcare Services and then wait for months for what could be a huge pile of documents to sort through. And that is too long to wait for urgent information. It's akin to a pregnancy test that takes you 8.5 months to get the results. That is practically useless and a huge waste of perfectly good urine, which, as I now understand it, is liquid gold. Everything about this industry is incredibly difficult to navigate, which is dangerous, because even one of its own trade groups, has warned that some sectors of it are out of control. And for a sense of just how helpless you can be in the face of all this, just listen to Tom McClellan. He was Obama's deputy drug czar. You would think that if anyone knows this well, it would be him.
I like printing out pictures. I can print out a bunch of pictures of
I had become an expert in the addiction field, and then my son.
I have pictures of everybody else, with people that I don't fucking know.
I had no idea what to do. All that training, all that knowledge about addiction did not prepare me for the most fundamental question of all. Where do you send your kid for treatment?
It's true. Even the nation's deputy drug czar couldn't confidently navigate this system. And the tragedy is, his son died. And remember the funny guy who hated horses? He died too. So this is a matter of life and death. And if you're wondering what experts would advise you to do in seeking treatments, many that we spoke to suggested beginning not with a rehab, which may try and sell you on its own services, but with a doctor who is board certified in addiction medicine. Now, it's only recently become an official specialty, so there just aren't many of them around, but you can find those that do exist at this website. They may be able to guide you toward a treatment that best suits your needs, which might well not be a fancy center where you have to pay $73,000 to have this guy lose you. Look, this system clearly badly needs more expertise and oversight. And until then, it may be really important for all of us to understand that at present, the word rehab is so broadly defined as to be close to meaningless. It is honestly barely better defined than the word building. And if someone were to tell you, I have a drug problem, but don't worry, I'm going to building in Florida, you would naturally say, hold on, what building? Where did you find this building? What's happening inside it? Is it a hospital or a Hooters? Or both? Is it a hootspital? What's the proof that it works, and what's the doctor-to-horse ratio like in there? And sadly, right now, it can be way too difficult to get answers to those questions, which is crazy because so much about battling addiction is really hard. Getting clean is hard. Staying clean is hard. But getting good, evidence-based, trustworthy help should be the fucking easy part. And right now, it is way too easy to literally wind up pissing money off a fucking wall. Now, this.
And now, just look at this bunch of royal wedding shit.
KFC making sure to get in on the royal wedding. They're calling it the royal wedding bucket.
Burger King has launched a new sandwich. The chicken sandwich includes 2 onion rings, so you'll find, of course, the royal matrimony.
Velveeta, they've got crown chip pasta and cheese and
Exactly what they said it is.
Pet dispensers. Harry and Meghan paper dolls.
Bobbleheads of the royal couple.
There are these crown jewels, condoms. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that just looks creepy.
You could also buy these weird earrings.
One on each load.
If you want a little more classy biscuit, £45 for the tin, which is quite expensive, but they're really beautiful.
45 quid?
Like these, who wouldn't want
Oh gosh, that's so frightening.
There's nothing flattering about it.
Nothing.
It's where the beard is.
It's his beard is very
It's
well,
the
but
beard
it's been
is
very
so
brave.
That's our show. Thank you so much for watching. We're off next week. We'll be back after that. Thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't even understand how this mirror went on any piece of furniture. Only now notice, it's got the holes because it goes on a desk with 2 arms and you fucking screw it in so you can put it back in the corner. It's fucking £1 million. What piece of furniture would this even go on? Start ripping it off to the fucking.
Thank you so much for joining us. This time for a quick recap of the week, and we begin with North Korea, voted top Korea by We Meant It Geographically magazine. This week, the June 12th summit between the US and North Korea was suddenly back on after Trump met with a North Korean envoy who brought in this gigantic, comically oversized letter from Kim Jong-un. And as if smiling while holding a letter from a dictator were not enough of a propaganda coup for North Korea, the president then raved about the letter to the press.
Oh, would you like to see what was in that letter? Would you like? Come on. It was a very interesting letter, and at some point it may be appropriate, and maybe I'll be able to give it to you, maybe.
Well, as infuriating a president as Trump is, he would be an even worse Moses. Oh, wouldn't you like to see what's on these tablets? How much? Maybe I'll show you later, if you're lucky. And if that wasn't weird enough, just 8 minutes later, after calling the contents of the letter interesting, this happened.
I haven't seen the letter yet. I purposely didn't. I haven't opened it. I didn't open it in front of the director. I said, would you want me to open it? He said, you can read it later. I may be in for a big surprise, folks.
Yeah, you might though, because you just agreed to a summit without reading the contents of the letter that supposedly convinced you to do it. So worst case scenario, it's a declaration of war. Best case scenario, it says, Donald, it's me, I have run away to North Korea and I'm never coming back. Melania brackets, your third wife. But for now, let's move on to Ukraine, or as Vladimir Putin calls it, bonus Russia. Ukraine was rocked this week by some horrifying news.
A prominent Russian journalist critical of Moscow's policies in Ukraine and Syria has been shot and killed in Kiev.
Yes, Arkady Babchenko, a prominent Putin critic, was tragically murdered on Tuesday, and that's what made what happened on Wednesday even more remarkable.
His friends, his family, even his wife thought he was dead. But today, a shocking turn of events. A Russian journalist, Arkady Babchenko, turned up alive on Ukrainian TV. As it turns out, his fake death was all part described as a special operation to take down a team of Russian assassins.
It's true. Babchenko faked his death to bring down a team of Russian assassins, which sounds less like a legitimate news story than the plot of a spy thriller called Your Dad Would Really Love This Book. Apparently, the plan to fake his death came about after authorities learned of a $40,000 contract to assassinate him, paid for by Russian forces. The plot was allegedly organised by a man identified only as Mr. G, which I assume refers to this man. That's right, Kenny, your cover is finally blown, and it's obvious in hindsight, you simply can't play jazz as smooth as that without secretly being a monster. And look, some of the details of this fake assassination are amazing. Apparently, a makeup artist came to Babchenko's apartment to stage his death, and his wife later found him like this, lying face down in a pool of his own blood, which it turns out was actually pig's blood. He was then transferred to an ambulance, pronounced dead, and taken to a morgue where, according to him, he turned on the TV and watched the news of his own murder.
It's supposed to rain again tomorrow, but only by
cool. The only way it could have been any cooler is if he watched it while sipping cocktails on the Caribbean beach with Tupac Shakur. And look, his co-workers were understandably amazed by this surprise news conference. I mean, that is truly incredible to watch, mainly because of how refreshing it is to see an office where people actually like their co-workers. Normally, if an office found out a co-worker they thought had died was actually alive, they just quietly nod and go right back to talking shit about him on G-Chat. But other media, some of you laughed too hard at that, but other media colleagues were not quite as thrilled as CNN discovered when they reached out to one of his friends on the phone.
I think the overriding emotion that we all have right now is that, you know, we're very pissed off because he sort of put us through hell.
Yeah, and you know what? That's an understandable response. In fact, I believe the Apostle Paul's first words to the resurrected Jesus were, "Real funny, shitbird." And look, it wasn't just his colleagues with cause to be angry, as a London radio host pointed out.
He apologized to his wife. Wait for this. Good Lord. He apologized to his wife because she knew nothing about any of this. So when she found her husband at the foot of the stairs in a pool of blood, having apparently been shot in the back, that was very real to her. That is, my goodness me, it's going to take quite a bunch of flowers to get over that, isn't it?
It is. And you're right, he probably should get his wife some flowers, and he won't actually have to spend any money on them since he can pick up a ton for free at his own grave. Now, later reports indicated that Babchenko's wife was actually also in on the hoax, but at this point, who can know anything anymore? Is he even married? Or is his wife just Babchenko in a dress, holding a fake passport, ready to flee the country? And that is the problem here. And it's why some reporters criticise Babchenko, arguing that this plays into Russia's hands in dismissing actual crimes as fake news. And Babchenko has been borderline cocky in the wake of this operation.
Having cheated death, Arkady Babchenko says he will live to dance on Vladimir Putin's grave.
I really hope that's true, Babs, but I wouldn't be so sure. First, you're implying that because you successfully faked your death, you're somehow immune from future assassination, which I don't think is how anything works. And more importantly, you're assuming that Putin will end up in a grave. And there's just no way that's true, because when Putin does die in 400 years, his body will simply explode into hundreds of bats that scatter into the night sky. That is simply a fact. Now, finally tonight, we'd like to move on to the United Kingdom, where, now that Prince Harry is officially off the market, the country's most eligible bachelor is this man, Mervyn Gerscorp Crawlings, from the village of Mudford Sock. He can't hear you, so could you please speak up? Oh, and he's 32 years old, so your move, ladies. Now, if you were one of the tens of millions who watched last month's royal wedding, you may remember seeing this man, the chairman of the British Monarchist Society, who appeared on TV to provide colour commentary about the royal family.
What we're seeing is quite the change. I mean, she's brought a California lifestyle to Britain. She's slimming him down. She's putting him on shakes, eating less meat. What Brit do you know that doesn't like meat?
Well, I'll take this one. Morrissey. I mean, pretty famously, Morrissey. Try it. Offer a mistake sometime and see what happens. Now that man is Thomas J. Mace Archer Mills Esquire. And if you think that's the most British he gets, just look at this actual photo of him. Taken, I assume, at the Alice in Wonderland house party.
Oh, the fuck, I just stepped on, but it crunched. Fucking thing is broken. The volume is broken. I love it. Puzzle game. Gladys, that's her name. Yeah, but the cake is a lie. What? Oh, cool. I didn't know that. No, it's you'll love it. It's a puzzle game where it's you shoot one circle to go into it and you shoot the other circle to come out of it. So and you have to fucking entrance exit. But you're basically part of a simulation, whatever. And it's like you have to escape fucking the fucking what do you call it? You have to escape all the portals, whatever. Go through all the portals to eventually escape, but the cake is a lie at the end of it. You don't actually get out or something like that. There's two of them too. New portals. Ugh. What? Oh, cool. Woo. What? Oh. Okay. Something about Switch? Ooh.